Lean back. Even when okay, so Fat Joe, who is I guess a good rapper. I wasn't a big fan of his music, but he's interesting, right? He's now kind of started doing a lot of commentary. He's talking about a lot of different issues around different topics, and a lot. What I've noticed is that a lot of rappers these days have kind of become like storytellers. They've started sort of telling these tall tales about when they were younger and their exploits. And again, some of the stories are true, some of them are exaggerated. I don't understand some of the stories being told because some of them get you indicted by the feds. You're on Vlad TV telling everybody that you played a role in getting Tupac killed. That's probably something I would have kept to myself. But then again, though, social media is all about people sort of fighting for attention. They're just sort of fighting their way to see if they can get uh, people to pay attention to what they're saying because maybe they feel that they're losing their relevance or something like that. And some of these outlets are owned also even by Black people. I like, for example, Club Shay Shay has kind of emerged as a really big platform, and so Cat Williams went on Club Shay Shay and did one of the most highly viewed interviews of all time. And as a result of that, Club Shay Shay kind of became this place. It's become this place where people do like a whole lot of gossiping. There's not a lot of really constructive, thoughtful dialogue. It's more so, how can I tear down people so that I will get attention and everyone will watch my interview because I'm really desperate for people to listen to me. Whatever. So anyway, that's just my observation, and I'm sticking to it. So that Joe shared something really interesting, and I'm going to put this interview or this conversation, a piece of this interview on the page on the screen so you guys can watch it. It's on my Instagram. I have two Instagrams. I have to have two because I had one and it had a lot of people, over 500,000 people, and one day it just disappeared. So as a backup, what I've started doing is actually putting up stuff in more than one place. So my first Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. My second Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money. So if you follow either one, you will find me there. And so I just want to share that just because, they take you down and stuff and it sucks and it makes you mad. All right. So anyway, all right. So here's the piece of that interview I want to share with y'all because I think this is a really interesting financial consciousness exercise. So give me 1 second here. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Wait, no, wait, come on, internet. Don't be messing up on me. And I'm gonna play this, and I hope you guys can hear this. Okay, right now, nothing's happening here. So, come on. I had it was right there. It was right there. All right, let me try again. All right, let's see here. Okay. Oh, and where can you buy my books? Yeah, you can go to drboycebooks.com, drboycebooks.com. I have a whole series of books called Black American Money. And my latest book, my bestseller, is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. So if you want it signed, I can sign it and ship it to you. It's totally up to you. So thank you for your interest. All right, so here is share sound. Here we go. All right, so let me know. Give me a yes. Hear this. I'm gonna play this a couple times so we can really think about this. I want you to consciously think about what you're hearing on the screen. All right, so I'm gonna play this right now. Give me 1 second as I hit the button. There's a button to turn. Here we go. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. Wait.
Dinner every night is $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street from the Cucci Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
I got I had $1 million something dollars. I'm eating dinner every night. It's $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street from the Coochie Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like a zombie. I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So were y'all able to hear that? Give me a yes if you were able to hear that interview. Okay. I want to make sure everybody heard it. Natasha, Calvin, thank you, Barbara. Good to see you. Good morning, by the way. Okay. So let me tell you about what I saw here and why I thought this conversation will be a good thing to discuss for our financial consciousness training today. First off, I want to say that I think it's really, really wonderful and beneficial that Fat Joe is telling this story and telling it in an honest way. I like the fact that he's reflecting his honest emotions in terms of how he felt when he went to the bank and the teller didn't have the money that he thought the teller would usually have, and he's like, I thought we was rich, stuff like that. I appreciate that. I really do. And I appreciate that because one of the things that one of the misconceptions we have is that if you have made mistakes in your life, you have nothing to teach a young person. That if you've ever screwed up, gone to prison, went broke, did something wrong, whatever, that you have nothing to share, you have nothing to add, nothing of value to offer, and that's just not true. That's just not true. Actually, when I think about when I grew up, the people that I learned the most from were my uncles, who literally would be sitting there with a beer in one hand and a joint in the other, saying, "Boy, don't do what I did. Don't you don't want to be like me. Don't do what I did." And that actually is good information because because I'm looking at this person, I'm thinking, man, like, no, you're right. I don't want to grow up and be like you, and I'm glad we agree on that. I don't want to be a drug addict. I don't want to be. I had an uncle that was a pimp. He was a pimp, and he had some time with drugs, and he just a lot of chaos in his life. And I noticed this when I was 9. I said, man, this dude's got a lot of drama, and he was broke. And when he would say, "Don't be like me, don't do what I did," I listened, I paid attention. I said, I don't have to touch the fire to know that it's hot, and you can learn from people like that. You really can, So I appreciate the fact that Fat Joe is sharing with everyone the mistakes that he made. And I want to acknowledge that. Now the second thing I want to point to is I want to kind of explain to you why rappers are just really bad with money. In fact, rappers aren't not. I'm not talking about all rappers. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying they're all bad, right? But I'm gonna say that most rappers, most of the quote unquote culture, and you notice in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I talk extensively about culture. Yes, I'm a finance professor. Yes, I can teach you about 401ks, IRAs, investing, tax strategies, whatever it is you want to know. But it's culture. Culture overrides everything. Culture overrides everything. Culture overrides everything. And you really have to think carefully about the fact that there have been people that have strategically and deliberately manipulated your culture. They have. I used to watch BET ads. I had big fights with BET. I mean, I'm talking about big fights. And I would, and the reason I would have these fights is because I remember they would run the ads for the BET Awards, where you got pregnant ladies twerking in the aisles and everybody, rapping about killing each other and everything else. And then the ads, which were by the way run by a company called Paramount Global. It's not a black owned company. I hope that we all know this by now. They would always say, "This is for the culture. This is for the culture. This is for the culture." And I said, "Stop that. Please stop saying that word. Stop saying that this is culture. This is not culture. This is not culture. This is not healthy culture. This is not black culture. This is racist culture. You're sabotaging. Like what you're doing is you're using a weapon of mass destruction. You are spreading what I refer to in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I refer to these as financial STDs. You are spreading on a massive scale financial STDs that are deliberately designed to keep black people exactly where they are. Because not only, I mean, think about it like this. Think about this. How many of y'all know that there's a massive racial wealth gap where white people have just like 10 times more family wealth than black people? Give me a yes if you're aware of this gap, and give me a yes if it concerns you. So everybody put yes in the chat if you have seen the racial wealth gap. Um, Now I want you to imagine this. Imagine this example. Imagine the Olympics are coming. I'm a track and field enthusiast. I'm a big fan of Sha'Carri Richardson and other people you should know about, like Fred Curley and just all the Noah Lyles and all these great Sydney McLaughlin and just all these Athene Mo, all these great athletes that are going to be competing in the Olympics. I used to be a track coach, and I was a mediocre track athlete, and I was captain of the track team because even though I was a mediocre sprinter, I knew a lot about track as a high school kid. I used to read books about track and field and how to run and all that. So I wasn't terrible. I was good enough, like a lot of black males, I was good enough at sports to think that I was good, but I really wasn't good compared to the best. Like I'll give you an example. I One day all the football players came out to try to run tracks because so they could be faster for football season. And we had to race, we had to have a runoff to make a spot on the relay team. And I raced all the fastest guys on the football team and I beat all of them, right? So I wasn't a scrub. I was not slow, but I wasn't really fast because our football team sucked and these guys were actually kind of scrubbish anyway, but they were the fastest scrubs, right? So I was good enough to be the best of the worst. But anyway, I love track and field. I'm a big track and field enthusiast. Now, imagine you are running in a race. So race, we're talking about race, racism, racial wealth gap, right? And you're in a race, just like racism. Powernomics, Dr. Claude Anderson always talks about how racism is kind of a race, how races race against each other to compete for resources. You're in a constant competition, you're in a constant race. And so black people are behind in this race, right? They're like everybody's way ahead. So imagine you're in a race and you're trying to win. You're trying to maybe not get a gold medal, but at least not get last place. Because if I show you every statistic on wealth, black people are in last place. Every statistic on income, we're in last place. And not only are we in last place, we have this dubious distinction of having a unique and very special superpower. And that superpower is that not only are we in last place, we are really good at just staying there. Like not like it's not like if you look at the chart, they'll show you, Asian people at the top, then they'll show Jewish people way up there too, and white people, and then you have Latino people, and then black people will always be cuddled right down at the bottom. And that has been consistent for like 50 years. Like since integration and all this alleged progress that they tell you that you've made, these lies that they tell you in school about how America is so much better, we don't move. We don't move. We are really good at staying in last place. We are absolutely wonderfully good at making sure that we're always at the bottom of that barrel. I hate it. It drives me crazy. So here's what is interesting to me. So imagine that you are in this race and you're trying to win. You're trying to run, and as you're running, you're in last place. And then let's assume that somebody says, I think that you should turn around and run backward. In fact, but before you run backward, I want you to run around in circles, and then after you run around in circles, I want you to run as fast as you can, and I want you to go in the other direction. And let's say we say okay, okay, and people say yeah, that's what everybody's doing. Everybody's let's say the race is that way, but they say no, the culture says everybody else is running that way. You need to run that way. That's what you got to do. That that's what I see when I see what hip hop culture, which is owned by people who are not black, by the way. So this is not, I'm not blaming the rappers. Remember, the rappers are puppets. If a puppet says something stupid, if you ever get cussed out by a puppet, don't cuss back at the puppet because the puppet don't have a brain. The puppet does not have free will. The puppet master is the one who's saying, y'all do know this, right? How many of y'all did y'all know that when a puppet talks, that it's not really the puppet? It took me a long time to figure that out. Pinocchio is not a real boy. So the puppets are not the ones who are actually coming up with the words that are coming out of their mouth. It's the puppet master, the man who has their hand up their ass, right? Like in a ditty like fashion, telling them what to say. This is what I see when I see the music industry. Rappers don't rap about what they want to rap about. Rappers don't rap about things that are moving their spirit. Rappers don't rap about things that they believe are really important. They rap about whatever the record label tells them to rap about. That's just reality. And if I show you a picture, I can show you this. I just yesterday when I was talking about the fact that it's really weird that we have female rappers like named with names that come after words like gorilla and then stallion, like Megan the Stallion. And I said, y'all do know that a stallion is an adult uncastrated male horse. Like it's an adult male uncastrated horse. So not only is it a big strong man, but it's a man who likes to have sex with everything. And when you look at that and you combine that with the image, the misperception of the black women as being masculine and super strong and not feeling pain, and then also the way most of the female rappers are just kind of like always sexual, right? Like it doesn't even make it interesting anymore. It's like you I just met you 2 minutes ago. I'm 2 inches away from your vagina. You're twerking on everything. You're twerking on the pancakes. You're twerking on in front of the children. Lizzo showing up at a Lakers game with a thong on. Just the female artists being forced into this position of servitude where they are being forced to present themselves in a way that I don't think is authentic to who they truly are. I'm not saying that you're not sexual. You're supposed to be. That's what reproduction's all about. But what I'm saying is that I don't. When I look at Taylor Swift, and I see Taylor Swift sitting over there with her little blonde behind making $1 billion. I've never seen Taylor Swift twerking. I've never seen her simulate sucking a man's blankety blank. I've never seen her degrading herself. So I'm like, how come the white girl gets to sit over and just sing and show her talent, but the black girl got to be doing backflips and swallowing bananas and all kinds of, it's crazy, right? So anyway, so remember this industry, and I want to make this clear because a lot of people think I hate rappers. I don't hate rappers. I love rappers. I really do. It's because I love them that I really want to have this conversation. It's because I love hip hop that I want to talk about this. So the thing about rappers is you got to remember this. Do not get so angry at them for they know not what they do. Again, because when the puppet cusses you out, you don't cuss back at the puppet. So when people say, "Why are you mad at rappers?" I say, "I'm not talking to the rappers. I talk to their daddies. I talk to the people that actually control the money. There's that word money, financial consciousness. I talk to the people that have the money. I want to talk to the record labels. I want to talk to the people that are running these industries. Those are the people that are interesting to me. I talk to people that are on my level. I don't talk to the people who are still trying to figure it out. I figured a lot of things out because I'm 52. I don't really want to talk to the puppet. So I want to make that clear. So let's get back into this. So you have this thing called a racial wealth gap, and you're trying to catch up in this race, and you're running in this race, and you're way behind. And then somebody says, "No, everybody's running backward. You should stop, go in a circle 3 times, and then go backward and run as fast as you can in the opposite direction." So here's what happens. So let's say, so remember, wealth is a relay race. Y'all do understand this, right? Give me a guess if you've heard me say this before. Let me know if you've heard me say wealth is a relay race, wealth is a team sport. If you read books like Powernomics, that's what Dr. Claude Anderson says, that the building of wealth is not something where you stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. You start over every generation, right? That you can't win a race like that. It's a relay race. You run as fast as you can, you pass the baton. Then the person runs as fast as they can, you pass the baton to your child. Your child runs as fast as they can, they pass it to their child. That's how wealth gets built. So pay attention now. Here's what I want you to visualize this analogy. So when you think about the racial wealth gap, imagine you're in a relay race and you're way behind, but on the third leg, God blesses you. God blesses you. And let me tell you how God blesses you. Let's say God puts Usain Bolt, the fastest human being on the planet, on the third leg of that relay race. You'll follow me? You get okay. So imagine that you got Usain, and Usain, by the way, was so insanely fast. He was the only man I've ever seen who could literally be run against the fastest human beings on the planet and be so far ahead that he could start thumping his chest and pointing to the crowd as he 20 yards from the finish line. I've never seen that before. That's scary. Everybody else is trying to break 10 seconds. He's running 9.5 seconds, which is just insane. So anyway, so you got Usain Bolt on the third leg. Here's where you miss your opportunity. Here's where you lose. So two things. One, we know wealth is a team sport. It's a relay race. Number two, we know that you have to, in order to win the relay, you have to get the baton around the track. Do you understand that? If you drop the baton, you lose the race. Are we following this? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm closing my eyes because I want to make sure I center my brain on what exactly I want to share with you. So you have to get the baton around the track, and when you get the baton to Usain, he's going to really get you back in this race. So here's where you lose. Remember, the word poor stands for what? The word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. That means you get an opportunity and you throw it away. That's what being poor really means. That's another definition of poor. So here's where you lose. Two ways you lose. Number one, you don't the culture, you're supposed to be going east, the culture tells you to go west. You're supposed to be running forward, the culture tells you to run backward, or the culture tells you to run in circles, and everybody follows the culture. This is the financial STD I was telling you about. It's a psychological financial STD. And then number two, a lot of us don't even get the baton around the track. A lot of us drop the baton before it even gets to the third leg. And so what do I mean? Well, do you know how much black generational wealth is lost because people not even making a plan to pass the baton to the next generation? Do you know how many trillions and trillions of dollars of your resources have been lost? Because nobody said, hey, let's make sure we pass this baton. Let's make sure we got this for ready for the babies. Let's make sure that we are good stewards of our economics so that in the next generation, our kids are going to be good. We lose trillions from that. So by the time little Usain is born, he nobody passes him anything. He's starting from nothing. He's running a whole relay race by himself because his teammates dropped the baton. So those are two variables I want you to pay attention to. When you and your loved ones are running backward and running in circles, and when you're dropping the baton, then you're going to remain poor. That is passing over opportunities repeatedly. So even if God blesses you, God is frustrated as hell because God's sitting there saying, man, I keep on sending you all these people that have an opportunity to get you out this hole, and y'all just mess it up every damn time. Y'all worse than the damn Dallas Cowboys who blow it every year in the first round of the playoffs. So you've got a cultural problem, just like the Cowboys have a culture. They have a losing culture. They have a culture where for 25 years they've been losing in the first round of the playoffs. So your culture is that every time you get the baton, you drop it. Why? Well, because think about this. Rappers are some of the people who have the greatest opportunities on this planet. Athletes are some of the people who have the greatest opportunities to build wealth on this planet. And when they get that opportunity, the culture supersedes all other interests, all information and education they could receive. Because the reason culture supersedes education and knowledge is because even if I have the knowledge, if my culture is bad, then I'm not going to use that knowledge. Like if I know, if you could tell me, you could force me, you could show me 10 books on how to lose weight. But if my culture says that I get up every morning and I drink a bottle of Henny and eat a bag of Doritos and two ho-hos for breakfast, then that's what I'm gonna do. That's my culture. Think about it. Think about how many times you have people, they know exactly what to do. They know the right things to do, but they don't do it. Think about how many drug addicts you probably know who could sit there and they could tell you, if you say, you know, that crack is going to kill you. A lot of crackheads are very smart because crack stimulates your brain. So a lot of them can tell you, yeah, I know it's going to kill me. Yeah, here's what it's going to, they know more about what the drug is doing to them than you do. But yet for some reason, they keep on going right back to the pipe. Well, that's because they formed habits and they formed a culture around these very bad choices. So we have, to some extent, when you talk about smoking the financial crack pipe, we have a culture that is heavily, heavily anti-economics. Why? Well, because one of the greatest ways to influence the black community is through the rappers. That's why the politicians always want to talk to the rappers before every election, because they know that the rappers and the preachers are the ones who influence the black community. They were the original social media influencers even before there was social media. So let me play this clip again. Some of you just came in, so I'm going to share this clip of Fat Joe, and I want to break down from a financially scientific standpoint what I'm seeing in this clip. Remember, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor, so I want to show you what I'm seeing based on the financial theories that I learned in graduate school and what's really happening here. And again, I want to also make sure I clearly and publicly thank Fat Joe for being so honest about this, because a lot of times people want to act like everything's good and everything's perfect, even when it's not. So I'm really happy that he took the time to even share this story. And I think it's a great way to allow these guys to contribute to the community in a productive way. So I'm going to pull this up. And actually, as I do that, just so you, in case you don't know, we have financial flashcards for your kids. If you want to go take a look in the Black Business School, we have a lot of good resources for your family. We also have books and stock market classes, stuff like that. So if you're interested in doing any of that, just go to drboycebooks.com or theblackbusinessschool.com. All right, so let me share this with you. I'm going to play this clip one more time so that we can really assess this and analyze this. So here's Joe talking about all the money that he wasted when he was rich. All right, and maybe he's still rich now. I have no idea. Here we go.
I've had $1 million something dollars. I'm eating dinner every night. It's $30,000 a dinner, 40 with me, champagne, lobsters, steaks every night for like 15 years straight. Every night. And you think, I'm a million, you don't even check the account. I'm a millionaire until you go in there one day and they tell you you have no money and you walk out of there with your this tight. When the teller who usually gives you 50 cash every time you walk in, they be like, Joe, something must be wrong.
Yeah.
It happened on 161st, across the street for the Cucci Frito by Yankee Stadium. My was this tight, bro. I felt like a zombie. I didn't know what to think. I walked out of there. I was like, I thought we was rich.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there. I assume y'all could hear it. Let me know real quick if you heard that, so I don't know, so I know I don't have to play it again. Give me a quick yes in the chat. Okay, thank you. All right, excellent. Okay, so here's a few things I want to point your attention to. Um, okay, so the first thing that was interesting to me is this is cultural. In hip hop, there's just a lot of extravagance. When my wife finished, she finished this really long book on the subconscious mind. I don't remember the name of the book, but I remember asking her, I said, "So what are the three things that affect the subconscious mind?" I said, "Because I think somebody's manipulating black people on a very subconscious level." And she said, "The three things that manipulate the subconscious mind the most are symbolism, repetition, and trauma. Symbolism, repetition, and trauma. Symbolism, repetition, and trauma." And I'm going to explain to you how these three things appear consistently in hip hop culture and it's been to the detriment of trillions of dollars in lost black wealth. The symbolism is pretty much anything that represents a symbol. So, for example, the Panther for the Black Business School, that is our symbol to let you know what we believe in and who we are. We represent black wealth, and that's what whenever you see that Panther, you know what that means. That means black wealth, black excellence, black love, black family, black achievement, all these things, right? So symbols can do a lot of things, can say a lot of things. In hip hop, if you watch any hip hop music video, the symbolism is huge. Symbolism is everywhere. What is the symbolism? So let's do a financial consciousness exercise here. Give me some symbolism that I'm going to find usually in a rap music video. Let's particularly point to gangster rap. Gangster rap is unfortunately the toxic bastardized version of rap that was really heavily pushed by billions of dollars from people who don't love the black community. You're going to see guns, right? You're going to see money. You're going to see lots of status symbols like a car, a house, diamonds and jewels. You're going to see women, without many without clothes on. Maybe you're going to see the guy smoking something. Anybody ever seen an image? This is symbolic where he's standing and you just see smoke coming out of his mouth. You don't know what he's smoking, or maybe he's holding a cup. And you don't know what's in the cup, but he's always holding the cup because smoking something, drinking something, holding the cup with the AK-47 in the front seat, the cocaine's in the back seat, with the women riding it on top of the Bentley with you or whatever, right? All these symbolism. These are symbolisms this is symbolism that appears in the music video. So here's what I'm saying. You could have a nerd like me who could rap the exact same song as a gangster rapper, as a Rick Ross, and sound exactly the same. But if I'm rapping like this and I'm just sitting here as a regular guy doing the song, I'm like, boss, cocaine, boss, whatever he's doing. Like I don't understand what Rick Ross is kind of weird. He's like 50 years old, but he kind of acts like he's 12. I don't understand these things, but that's sort of the bearded babies, the 45-year-old teenagers. That's kind of what we've been inundated with. It's kind of all over the place. Instead of seriously, I hate saying it's true. Instead of taking leadership roles like men, instead of building industry like men, instead of taking accountability for a community like men and really creating, say, 100,000 jobs. Remember, Elon Musk is about the same age as Rick Ross. Elon Musk has created 1 million jobs. Rick Ross gets on Instagram and beefs with other rappers and talks about how much money he has, right? So this is something that is cultural, right? So the symbolism's huge. So symbolism, that's there in hip hop. It's design. It's by design. It's the symbols communicate. A picture, it's worth not 1,000 words. I think a picture is worth 1 million words. So when I show you the symbolism in the video, then you're gonna know. Okay, I'm hood like you. I'm street like you. I'm from the trap. I have street credibility. So even people that are not from the trap enjoy it. They say, "Oh, this must be authentic because look at all the symbolism that I'm seeing in the video." Floyd Mayweather. Oh my goodness! And don't bring up Floyd. There's a lot to talk about there. So, what's the second thing that impacts the subconscious mind that brainwashes black people? Well, it's repetition. Repetition. What is more repetitive than music? What's more repetitive than an 808 beat that's boom, boom, boom? What's more repetitive than a song that with the same chorus where you got a 10-year-old, 9-year-old who's literally repeating lyrics like, like kill iggas, f itches, like whatever, right? This smoke something, drink something, Molly Percocet, right? So you have all these really, really interesting tools that are used to break into the subconscious mind of even children, even children, their minds are very permeable. If I sat down with any kid in the hood and talked to them enough, or you brought them into class every day with you, that kid's going to want to grow up and become a wealth builder. They're going to want to grow up and become a thinker. They're going to want to grow up and become something amazing intellectually, because I'm talking to them. These ideas are being poured into their brain. But instead, unfortunately, for a lot of our kids, the imagery and the symbolism and the repetition that's being repeatedly pounded, 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 pounded into their brain is everything that is anti-wealth, anti-freedom, incredibly self-destructive, anti-intellectual. So therefore, you are creating what my friend Speech from Arrested Development. Remember his song Tennessee, Tennessee, right? Anyway, Speech from Arrested Development, who's a friend of mine, he made a really great documentary called The Iga Factory, and he made the brilliant statement that basically what they do is they mass produce unproductive, unintelligent, unhelpful black people. They mass produce men, mostly men, and a lot of women are affected by it now too, because you see what's happened with women in hip hop and stuff like that. They produce the kinds of people that are not going to want to be great husbands and fathers, because most of hip hop culture is very anti-family. It's not, it's like, why would you want to be a sucker and get married and take care of your spouse and all that? It's mostly about sort of these excesses, right? Financial excess, sexual irresponsibility, stuff like that. What else? The third piece of what can impact your subconscious mind, the third component of mass brainwashing, besides symbolism and repetition, is trauma. Trauma is the third thing. So what Fat Joe is referencing in his story actually is financial trauma. When he says that one day I went into the bank and I didn't have any money. And he's like, I thought we was rich. And he says my blank hole was this tight. He said, man, I felt like a zombie. Well, that's trauma. That's financial trauma, by the way. That's my wife wrote a whole workbook on financial trauma and how to deal with it. Financial trauma, financial anxiety is a huge problem in the black community, and really undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of the number one reasons that you can't build economically, because building an economy requires trust. Traumatized people don't trust nothing. Traumatized people are easily triggered. Traumatized people who have undiagnosed, untreated trauma, they have a hard time staying married. They have a hard time doing business. They have a hard time remaining friends. They have a hard time calming their asses down when something bad happens, because you're so scared of being re-traumatized. This is why, again, one thing that we've done in the Black Business School that I think is very, very powerful is we've worked with therapists to encourage everyone to heal. Everybody that wants to do better, you have to heal, because if you don't heal, then it's going to be hard for you to work with a group of people. It's going to be hard for you to partner with that awesome black woman who wants you to be better. It's going to be hard for you to be cool with your homeboy even when you feel like somebody might have done you wrong. It's hard. Take it from me. I'm high on the trauma scale. My wife showed me that. She had me take the ACEs, ACES, the Adverse Childhood Experiences test, to see how high I was in the trauma scale. She said, "Boyce, if I'd known your score was this high, I don't know if I would have married you, right? Because I was traumatized. A lot of us were. So trauma is something that has to be healed, because trauma is another add-on element to the financial STDs that get spread through the community. And these financial STDs, I explain them extensively in my book, Financial Lovemaking. I don't know if the term financial STD has been used in any other books. I have no idea. But this concept came to mind because I thought about it. I said, not only are financial STDs rampant, but you can also spread trauma like an STD as well. Traumatized people tend to traumatize other people. Like, think about your crazy relative, or think about somebody in your life who has really hurt you. Think about somebody who borrowed money from you and didn't pay it back, and how pissed off you were, and how that made you not want to trust anybody, and how you now walk around saying, "I'll never loan money to relatives." Or think about the girl that hurt you for no reason, or the man that disrespected you and made you feel bad about your life, or the friend you had who double crossed you. Right? A lot of times the people that do these things are traumatized people. So traumatized people tend to traumatize other people. There's a really good movie called Smile. They pretend like it's a horror movie, but it's really not a horror movie. It's actually a movie about trauma and how trauma can spread from one person to the next. So anyway, those are the three things that can impact the subconscious mind. And if you look in terms of what happened to the black community with the war on drugs, where they replaced the jobs with crack and drugs, and you think about places like South Central LA, which was ground zero for this, what I consider to be a social experiment, where the crack, the drugs, and the incarceration all sort of arrived in a very nice neighborhood. You think about this, right? So in the drug era, which still affects us to this day because that's why a lot of your kids are walking around here crazy because they didn't have good parents. Their parents were all hooked on drugs or their parents were in prison. In general, you tended to have one of three things kind of happen. And the first one is drug addiction. So give me a yes if you or someone that you know is addicted to drugs. Give me a yes if you or someone that you're close to became addicted to the drugs that were flooding the black community, particularly in the 80s and the 90s, and really still to this day, but it started kind of back then. All right. So give me your yeses. Okay. So a lot of you have been hit by the drug epidemic. Now I want you to give me another yes if you have someone in your family that's been hit by the second part of this wave, which was incarceration. Where people give me a yes if you have someone in your family who's ever been either incarcerated for drugs, or addicted to drugs. One of those two things. Right. So we had people in our families who were either hooked on the drugs or sent to prison over drugs. I have both. I have both. Both of my fathers, my stepfather, who's really my real father, who really raised me, and my biological father were both drug addicts. My biological father went to prison. I believe it was for drugs. I got to double check that, but I know he had a drug problem for a very long time. This is very common. And then, so think about this, right? So everybody around you is either being hooked on drugs. Sorry, I forgot about. What are you doing, boys? You forgot about the other thing. How about the people that just died? How many of you have a relative who just got killed? Like, little Pookie got shot in the front yard of his grandma's house. So and so got killed when he was sitting in the car. Your girlfriend got killed because her boyfriend was a dope dealer and she was sitting in the front seat and the other dope dealers appeared and shot your girlfriend in the head or your friend in the head. How many of y'all got friends like that? How many of y'all have seen? How many of y'all have somebody in your family who you know just got killed, just ain't here no more? Anybody, any homicide in the room? Anybody experienced the trauma, the extreme trauma of maybe, I don't know, Boyce? Let's see, maybe like 1996 when my best friend, my best buddy Greg, that when I go to see him on Tuesday, and then Thursday night he gets shot in the head in his living room in front of his daughter. Anybody else go through something like that? Like this is Greg Wilkins. That's his name. They didn't talk about it in the newspaper because a rich white lady got killed the same week in Louisville, Kentucky, and so the media kind of ignored his murder because of course he's a black male. Of course he deserved it. Right? Now so that's what you have. So you have either people that got addicted to the drugs, you have people that got sent to prison over the drugs, you have people that got killed over the drugs, and then you have the rest of us who just survived, who are just crazy as shit because of what we went through, because you had to watch all this. You had to deal with all this. So you got the survivor's guilt, you got the trauma, you got the sadness that hit your heart when you think about all the people you love where they went down. You have all the frustration that comes in when you look at somebody that got caught up in drugs, and you think about what kind of person they could have been if they had not been introduced to drugs. You have the frustration. Now at my stage, I have friends whose sons, smart, amazing kids, good kids, great kids, who got caught up in the culture. This is the culture. This is the bullshit culture they're collaborating with these racist people that run the record labels to promote a culture that is pushing drugs and drug addiction, drug use, drug selling, incarceration, and murder onto the community. And y'all sit here and act like this is black excellence. We celebrate this crap. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? I'm sitting here and I'm frustrated because I'm thinking about two young men I know, both of them 22 years old. I knew these kids when they were 14 and they were sweet, they were intelligent, they were good young guys. And then the culture grabbed them. So they go and they start smoking and drinking, right? When I'm sitting there, of course, when I saw them, I'm saying, no, you got to go to school. You got to work hard. You got to be successful. You got to do your best. Of course, I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. They're not hearing me because every single morning in their ear, they're hearing an 808 beat say, smoke something, drink something. Molly Percocet, kill that nigga. Right? That's what they're hearing. That's the culture. So the culture, and I don't give a damn what you think. Stop telling me that it's just music. If you tell me that it's just music or it's just entertainment, I'm going to shut the door in your face because you clearly have never studied psychology. You've never studied sociology. You've never studied peer pressure. You've never studied the subconscious mind. So sit your ass down and take this lesson. Sit down and listen because the evidence is all around you. Of course, it's not 100% the fault of hip hop. I'm not saying that. Of course, it's not the rappers. It's not anti-rapper. Of course not. I'm not talking to the rappers. The rappers are puppets. I'm talking to the puppet masters. I'm talking about the people who run Universal Records. I'm talking about the people that run these studio, Sony and all these other Warner Music. That's who I'm talking to. They put billions of dollars into the destruction of black people through culture. It's damn near as bad as slavery. I don't know if it's not as bad as slavery, it's damn near neck and neck. It's terrible. And I think about these two young men that are in my brain right now. When I met them, they were 14. They were good kids, and I did everything I could to share a message with them that was going to empower them. And then the culture grabbed them. One of the boys started using heroin when he was 16. He's using the heroin, which goes up to fentanyl and everything else. Now he is so strung out that his own mama can't even give him her address. He can't. His mama cannot. Imagine that. Imagine that. That's your only child, and you can't even invite that kid to your house because he's going to rob you. That's his mother is afraid of him. Another, the second one, same thing. Really, and when I hear these stories, I'm like, wait, what? Are you kidding? What? No, not him. So process this. This is where your wealth gets lost. Because let's start with the basics. These are two young black boys. In China, they considered having a son to be a wonderful victory, not because daughters are not incredibly valuable and precious. They are, but the son is one form of wealth. Do you understand that son? If he's raised properly, if he's trained properly, same thing with the daughter too. Not dismissing daughters. Daughters are amazing, but and I'm talking specifically about sons because hip hop tends to really impact the thinking of black males in a way that's very anti-family and anti-productive. So that son of yours, if he's raised properly, if he's a hard worker, he's a hustler, that is the person that can help save the family. That's the guy when you're 70, 80 years old and you can't halfway walk. That's the one who's cutting the grass and talking to the doctors and making sure you get to your appointments and helping to pay the bills. That's an asset. That's a financial asset, among other things, among many other things. I'm an asset to my parents. When I come home, my parents tell me, they say, we feel better when you're here because you can help us take care of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. That's my job. So imagine if instead of me showing up and helping out and paying off the house and making sure bills get paid and working on the estate plan and talking to the doctors. Imagine if instead of me doing that, I showed up scratching. Hey mama, you got a couple nickels, mama. I need, let me hold something, mama. Can I get $20, mama? And then mama says, Boyce, I'm tired of you coming in here hooked up, hyped up on crack. You need to get up out of here. And imagine, so my mama in her 70s has to muster up enough energy. This is real. That movies like Jungle Fever kind of show this, right? So instead of this old lady being able to rest in her golden years and relax and say, I'm glad my son is here, she has to muster the energy to fight against me and to keep me out of her house. Don't you never come back. You get out of here. That is so painful. That is so unfair. And this is what the culture gives you. Rappers like DMX should not be dead. DMX should be a billionaire who's run some major corporation that it has employed 50 100,000 black people. That's what DMX should be doing right now. DMX should be doing what Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all the white boys are doing. He should be alive and creating prosperity and possibility and opportunity for everybody. Instead, DMX is in a casket because DMX got introduced to drugs at an early age. DMX got sucked in by the culture. DMX was part of a culture that didn't just watch him destroy himself, but they encouraged him to destroy him. They rewarded him for destroying himself. The culture, if you are in a good culture, you should have other communities do have this. Other communities have interventions. Other communities have protocols and standards where they say, look, you're getting off the rails. You need to put down the bottle, or you're not taking care of your kids. You need to get your ass back at home, and we need to fix this right away. That's what a good culture does. A good culture does not look at a drug addict, alcoholic, sex addict, irresponsible man who's blowing all his money and say, yeah, that's lit, yo. That's lit. Did you hear his last album? Man, that's the culture, dog. That's the culture. What part of that is the remember for many, many years, Diddy was the culture. For many years, Diddy was the culture. And those of you who've been following hip hop as long as I have and as closely as I have, you know that it was as easy. Stevie Wonder could see, even Stevie Wonder could have seen back in around 2008, 2009, that one day, if they ever really do a reckoning on hip hop culture, if they ever really go back and see all the crazy things you did all throughout the years, if they really go back and analyze the things that you were doing to women and even to men and the behavior that you were exhibiting behind closed doors, if they really shine a spotlight on that, oh, all y'all going down. Now, and it ain't just Diddy. Remember, Diddy had a lot of friends. Diddy was friends with everybody. And it ain't just it's not just R. Kelly. Remember, R. Kelly had a lot of friends that would go hang out at R. Kelly's house. They were happy to hang out with R. Kelly. So we like to kind of act like it was just one guy and that it was isolated. No, it wasn't isolated. This is a culture. I saw this. I watched this. I watched DMX when he was 30 years old. And I even when he was 30 and he's on top of the world, he's making all this money. I said, man, this guy, it's not gonna end well for him. When he gets older, it's gonna be very bad for him. And that's exactly what you saw. So stop telling me that this is the culture, because if this is the culture, then you have no chance. If this is the culture, you have no chance. You will never ever catch up definitely not in the race for wealth, but you're also going to lose things that money cannot buy. That's the problem with the culture. So let me finish assessing what Fat Joe said so we can really kind of understand this from a financial consciousness standpoint. The other thing he talks about is he says, wait, I thought we was rich. It's because he was shocked to find out that he was broke. That is a lack of financial consciousness. When you're conscious of something, you're watching it. When you're conscious of something, you're aware of what's going on. Right? If I'm conscious of the clock, I'm staring at the clock. Time does not get wasted because I'm watching time go by. When I'm conscious and awake, I know what's happening around me. If I'm unconscious, I'm asleep, and you can victimize me. So a lot of us are encouraged to be unconscious. A lot of us are encouraged to be asleep. So Fat Joe, unfortunately, somebody encouraged him to be distracted by the drugs that exist in our society, the other drugs. And I'm not talking about just the crack and all that. I'm talking about the drugs of that basically show up in the forms of weapons of mass distraction, the bling, the big booties, the parties. Right? I never understood. I said, why do y'all have to party every single day? Why or the jewelry, right? Why do all of y'all culturally, who told y'all all got to show up at Jake the jeweler's house and go buy $100,000 worth of jewelry? What culture is this? Because I don't want to be a part of this culture, because I think all of this is stupid. It makes no sense to me. But that became the culture, and that's what they do. You become a rapper, you got to buy 50 chains with 100 pounds of jewelry around your neck. I saw a rapper get robbed, and they said he got robbed of $80,000 worth of jewelry. I said, who in the hell walks around with $80,000 worth of jewelry and then another 100,000 in cash? What culture are you a part of? Is that an idiot culture? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me. So effectively, he was talking about being economically unconscious. He said, wait, I thought we was rich. That means you're not conscious of what's been going on, bro. Your bank account's been dripping and draining and falling apart, and you're not even aware. Well, why are we not conscious? Well, a lot of times it's because we are distracted. And there is a deliberate effort on the part of those who control the culture to keep you as distracted as possible. And what are they distracted with? Again, the symbolism, the booty and the bling and the false status symbols, the luxury items, the Gucci and all that distracts you. And then all the while they're draining money out of your bank account. I guarantee you that while the rappers themselves are not very conscious, the executives for the record labels are extremely financially conscious. While you may not be aware of what's in your contract, oh, they know every line of the damn contract. Megan the Stallion, who, remember, Megan got upset. She sued or something because she said, y'all made me sign a contract. It wasn't. I I know exactly what happened. You were distracted. You were distracted by the fame and the fortune and the twerking. And they were like, okay, on in section 7, line C, make sure we put a clause that says that blah 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 blah. Right? Like that's what's happening. So really at the end of the day, you gotta really ask yourself, like, what's really happening in the culture that leads us to these distractions, and why is that not present in everybody's culture? Well, because this culture was specifically designed for you. It was specifically designed to manipulate you so they can drain things from you. So economic consciousness, financial awareness is critical for anybody that wants to be successful or wants to protect the success that they have. In fact, if you are asleep at the wheel, it's even worse if you're driving a really nice car. If you're driving a really nice car and you're a really fast car and you're asleep at the wheel, then you're going to crash that car and kill everybody. So a lot of times, what you find is that people that end up having all these resources, all this fame and fortune and everything else, they have people around them that encourage them to not be conscious, to not pay attention. That's why Hollywood has all these weird, crazy parties where they can get you to enjoy all the pleasures of the world, right? They lay out all the women and all the what drugs and everything you want because they need you unconscious so they can make sure that they can manipulate you while you're not looking. And there are some people who are smarter than that, though. If you remember that story in that movie about NWA, Ice Cube, who has come on this platform, he told that story about how Jerry Heller, who was very financially conscious, he happened to be from the Jewish community, and he wanted to manage the group. And basically, Jerry Heller put contracts in front of all of them, and he gave them keys to a car and a check for $80,000, and he said, "You can have that car outside and $80,000. All you got to do is sign this paper." And so that was a deliberate effort to manipulate the economic consciousness of these young men because he said, I know what they want. I know all these black guys want. I know what they want. They want the booty, they want the cars, they want the girl, they want the money or whatever. So just give them some quick money and get them to sign their life away. That's what the devil does. See, the devil can bless you too. Shout out to D1, my friend D1, who happens to be a hip hop artist. He used that phrase. That does not come from me. He said the devil can bless you too. So the devil shows up with all the blessings, all the fancy things, all your heart's desires, and offers them to you. And then in the meanwhile, he's doing a ditty on you in the back, and you're not even aware of it because you're so caught up in the shiny object that's distracting you. So that means that consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be success. Consciousness is or wants to be successful. Consciousness is critical for anybody who wants to protect their wealth. Consciousness is critical for anybody who wants to build wealth. So let me finish up with this Fat Joe interview. I thought it was really great. And again, I want to reiterate, I want to say thank you to him because I know people that know Fat Joe, and I don't want him to think that I'm dissing him or attacking him. I'm not. I think he would agree with me on a lot of these issues. So it's not me saying Fat Joe's a jerk or Fat Joe's stupid. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that because he made a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. I like the fact that he's sharing this story because I think there's a lot you can pick out of this. So a few things that popped out. One, he talked about that he said he had 40 guys around him when he would go out and spend all this money. That's just a little financial fact. When you have money, people want to be around you. When you have money, girls want to sleep with you. Everybody wants to be your friend. And so next thing you know, all these people are kind of hanging around. And what money does is money makes it very difficult for you to be clear about who your real friends are versus people who are just around you because you can do something for them financially. That's just the reality of having a little bit of money. I go through that myself. I literally sat down, I talked to my wife. I said, I need to make a list of the friends I have who would disappear if they did not benefit financially versus those who would stick around if things really got hard. And unfortunately, the second list tends to be smaller than the first list because money can affect people's perceptions, everybody, including the person who has it. What else? Let's see here. He talks about and one thing that made me that his video made me think about when he talked about going out for lobsters and steak and everything else every single night and champagne, that made me think about when the culture in this other way. There was a BET show called Blew the Bag. And I bring up this show a lot because this really shows not only how black wealth gets destroyed through bad culture, but also how we don't take it seriously enough. So there was this video, and I'll never forget this. There was some guy, he had like six kids with five babies mamas, and he lucked out. God blessed him. God helped him win the lottery. So he won the lottery. He won a few $100,000. And they said, well, what did you do with your money? And he said, I bought out the entire floor of an expensive hotel, and I had strippers and bottles and everything else coming in all night and for the entire week. And then at the end of the week, he said he had no money, and he's laughing the whole time. He's laughing. He's telling the story. He's like, yeah, we had fun that night. We did it right. He's laughing about it, and this is funny, right? And BET is presenting this story as if this is just a great funny, interesting tale, right? That's what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about what this story really tells you. what this story tells you is that this was a poor man. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. This is a poor man, and he's a father, which is even worse. He's a father with six kids that are now going to live their lives in poverty because their father blew the bag. These six kids are going to grow up in misery. They're going to grow up working for white people, struggling, doing only God knows what to make money because daddy, when the universe opened up and gave daddy an opportunity to get us out of this thing, daddy completely blew the bag. Daddy got distracted. Daddy did not have enough economic consciousness to say, this is our chance. This is my chance to pass the baton. This is my chance to get out of my situation. This is my chance to make things better. Instead, daddy was sucked in by the culture. He was sucked in by the culture. Because think about this. I want y'all to answer me in the chat. What in the world would make a man say that when I get hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'm supposed to have strippers and bottles? What's he imitating? What culture is he imitating? Where did this come from? Does every culture do this? If he was Chinese, do you think that that would be the first thought that comes to mind? I'm gonna get strippers and bottles and hoes and fancy cars and like seriously, what was he doing? What culture was he imitating? He was imitating rappers that he sees on TV. He was basically having a flare up of the financial STD that gets spread through the black community through mass media. You don't understand. See, when you study warfare, you'll know that when you conquer a community, first thing you do is you control their channels of communication. Or when one country invades another country, one of the first things they bomb two things that they tend to bomb first. They bomb the anything you use to build weapons that will help you defend yourself or fight back. They destroy that, so they destroy your ability to fight. That's why black people like me are considered dangerous because the things I'm sharing with you are weapons that will help you to pull your economics together. So people like me are seen more dangerous as a rapper who's killed 12 people, right? Their Instagram page stays up, mine gets taken down because somehow I'm dangerous, even though I don't kill people or anything like that. The second thing that they do is they take out your channels of communication. They don't want you to be able to communicate with each other in an empowering way that's going to make you better or more prepared. So effectively, when you talk about the culture, uh, the fact that they wanted to control hip hop, the fact that they wanted to use their money to conquer the space that was going to be most influential to your mindset, that was by design. That was deliberate. That's why the politicians would rather talk to a rapper about economic policy in the black community than to talk to a scholar about economic policy in the black community. They don't know that those second conversations, they're not ready for those. So effectively, what I would say to you is that when I saw this episode of Blew the Bag, what I really saw was I said, gosh, you didn't really just blow your money. You blew your kids' money. You blew generational wealth. You threw away the next 100 years of your family legacy because you were not conscious enough. No one had trained you to be conscious enough about the potential of the money that you have. Like you weren't sitting with someone like me who says, well, if you take this $250,000 and even if you invest like half of it, even if you spend the first half on strippers and stupid stuff, you just invest the first half and you leave it in a S&P 500 index fund. You know that money's by the time your 2-year old is an adult, there's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars there. There's going to be like $500,000, right? You do know that, right? Like just that awareness, that consciousness of the fact that you're not just looking at $250,000, you're really looking at several $1,000,000 if you manage it properly. Or when Antoine Walker, the NBA player, again because of bad culture, blew $110 million, you got to understand an economically conscious person understands that he didn't blow $110 million. Antoine Walker threw away $1 billion. You understand? He threw away $1 billion because if you understand how money grows, money grows. Money is a seed. Money is a seed that you plant. When you plant the seed's going to grow into something bigger. Every apple tree started off as an apple seed. So an economically unconscious person can see a big bowl of apple seeds and only see seeds. A smart person says, man, I see a bunch of trees. Look at how many trees we can grow with all these seeds. So we've got to protect the seeds. So with money, when you're blowing money, you're blowing possibility, you're blowing opportunity, you're choosing to be poor, passing over opportunities repeatedly. That's what poor actually means. So again, I'm the first person on earth to talk about all the different ways white people stole your stuff. I'm the first person to say we need reparations. We deserve that. I'm not voting for anybody that does not support reparations. I'm the first person to say, yes, there's a long history of other people doing terrible things to us and taking things from us for sure. But I'm also the first person to say that one of the things that they took away from you was your damn common sense when it comes to money. One other thing thing that they did to you is that they didn't just take what you had, they also destroyed your ability to replace the things that you lost. When they took away your families, when they took away your ability to get a good education, when they took away your healthy media that was actually going to help you grow, they didn't just put you in last place in the race. They didn't just put you in last place in the race. They cut off your legs. They color. So now you're in the back of the race. Imagine this visual. You're in a race. Racism is a race. So you are in a race. The black man is racing against the Asian man. He's racing against the Jewish man. He's racing against the white man. He's racing against the Mexican. And you're in this race. Not only are you in last place in every metric of wealth, income, quality of life, education, everything else, but you're not only last in the race, but somebody chopped your damn legs off. And they got you running in circles and running backward. And that's what you have. You're running in circles. Again, not all of you are doing this. A lot of you understand where I'm coming from, and I appreciate you. You're not only running in circles and running backwards, but you ain't even got no legs. So you and your little nubs are just running in circles and running backward, and you really think you're doing something. And rather than us looking to the people that are actually moving forward, instead of us looking at the husbands and fathers that are succeeding for their families, instead of us looking to the mothers that are raising the babies the right way, instead of us looking to the teachers and the counselors and the leaders in the community, the activists that are doing the right things, instead of us looking to the smart business owners who are building black wealth, we're looking at rappers who don't do a damn thing for nobody but themselves. Y'all gonna put Diddy above every person in the community who's really got it figured out. And I'm gonna tell you, that is to me where we are messing up big time. Seriously, the fact that you're celebrating an idiot more than you're celebrating people that actually have real solutions is crazy to me. The fact that we've been trained to celebrate slaves more than we celebrate free people is absolutely ridiculous. The idea that you have people, and where this comes from, the reason that we end up thinking this way, I believe, is because we're caught up in this nonsense called integration. We're caught up in this nonsensical idea that somehow if we get white people to like us and give us money, that somehow that's a measure of black excellence. And what y'all don't understand is the power of money. You need to understand the power of money, because money is a drug that will make you think down is up and up is down. They'll make you think bad is good and good is bad. They'll make you think you're making progress when really you're running in circles and running backward, and they're chopping off your legs. That's what you're doing. You're in the race, you're running in circles, you're running backward, and you also are selling your legs. And you're celebrating the people that have no legs, that are running backward, instead of looking to the people that are long-legged, running fast, and really making progress. See, what y'all got to understand is that there's not one black community. There's not. There's just not. There is a segment of the black community, and I see you all. I talk to you all every single day. There is a segment of the black community that has it right. They have figured it out. They know the importance of family. They know the importance of knowledge. They know the importance of wealth and investing. They understand things that 99% of all white people don't understand. And these people are sprinting. Those are your Usain Bolts. Those are the ones who are grabbing the baton and running 100 miles an hour, and they're going to pass it to their kids who are going to run faster than them. Those are the ones who will create the possibility and the separation in the community. And these are not the people that are going to be endorsed by white America. They're just not. These are people that are seen as radical and dangerous and different. And what's so radical about you choosing to take care of your damn kids? Ain't nothing radical about that. What's so radical about you wanting to self-educate as opposed to leaning on a system that has failed you repeatedly? What's radical about you saying, I don't want to I'm too smart to spend my life working for Mr. Charlie. I'm going to go build something where I can employ my own family members and then employ their friends. There ain't nothing radical or crazy about that. You're seen as dangerous because you're undermining the very basic principle on which America was built. America was built on the fundamental idea that we can use black people to get what we want and then leave them in the gutter. And there are people that do that, and those are the people that are going to be celebrated on TV. Those are the Negroes that are going to get the fancy jobs. They're going to get all the accolades. They're going to win the Grammys and the Oscars. And those are the ones that you're going to be tempted to look up to. And I'm just going to tell you, you got to look up to yourself, man. I mean, just the fact that you're sitting here on a Saturday morning, you're having this conversation with me, that you don't understand how powerful you are. You don't understand how heavy this is. This is heavy as shit. In fact, I don't think there's ever been a time in human history where a person, and I'm not even talking about me. I don't want it to sound like I'm talking about how great I am. I forget all that. I know I'm great, and I know you're great too. So we didn't got to say that. But I don't think there's ever been a time in human history where you had a finance PhD sit there and give you cutting edge, talking about cutting edge financial information and knowledge and techniques that 99.9% of the population does not understand. and saying it every single day, doing 30,000 videos on this topic every single morning. I don't think it's ever been done anywhere. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have done it. I'm saying that it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. And the fact that you're here with me, it makes me say, you're doing it. You got it. You're figuring it out. You're going to win. Everything about so-called racism and everything that's out here in this society, about 80% of it, at least, is connected to economics. So when you become an economic master and you're really embracing these ideas that are non-trivial, they're not simple ideas. Like the idea, for example, the idea of training your 7-year-old on how to invest in stock markets and stock options. White people ain't doing that. Even Jewish people ain't really doing that. Asian, nobody, no community's really doing that on a massive scale. But some of y'all are doing that. And I'm just gonna tell you that this to me that's the win, man. That's the win. You know, again, I don't my background's mathematics, and in math, you have to really solve the problem. If there's a problem, you can't solve the problem by crying about it. In math, you can't solve the problem by saying white people did it. You can't solve the problem by sitting in it. You have to actually approach the problem and think about it and figure out which solutions work and which ones don't. And what I think happens a lot of times is that not only are we distracted, but we tend to be distracted by solutions that simply do not work. But I can tell you that some of the solutions that a lot of you are applying when it comes to your health, your wealth, your relationships are the ones that actually work. And I just want to be the one to encourage you to keep on going because I don't think mainstream society is really ready. It may be in 70 years they'll be ready. Right now, they're not ready to really celebrate the Black family that's really doing all the things that are required to be successful. Chances are you're going to be seen as odd or extreme or too serious or whatever. And I would say there's nothing more serious on this earth than the enslavement of your children. And I want you to pay attention to how many people in our community sell their children right into slavery when they hit the age of 18. You go out into a competitive economy where money matters, where money drives everything, and they have no assets, no skills, and no ability to feed themselves. And then they have to go crawl across town on their hands and knees with their little nubs because somebody cut off your legs, so they nubbing it, and they got to go over here with their little nubs and beg a racist to help them to feed their kids. That is a terrible, humiliating place to be. It is a very painful place to be. A lot of us were raised this way. A lot of us went through this. And I just want to keep encouraging you. If you're preparing your kids and yourself to get out of that hell, then I just want to say keep going. So anyway, that's all. I'm gonna stop talking because I get into it and I just keep going. And my goal is to keep our conversations to 30 to 45 minutes, but I never do. I always go like an hour. My apologies. Um, all right, so before I head out, I hope you'll allow me to mention that we do have the Black Wealth Mastery store. So all my books are there. The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power and stuff like that. My wife's books are actually there too. We have a whole section on things like love and money, and then we have a section on kids and money and all that. Also, last but not least, if you want to get started on your wealth building journey, blackmoney101.com is a good place to start. Blackmoney101.com. And also, if you want to be invited to our morning classes, these are free. You can come here every single day. We do this 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern every day. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you a reminder to let you know when we're going to go live so we can talk about these things. All right, guys. So I'm going to get out of here and thank you for hanging out with me in this discussion. And maybe at the convention we can do a live sort of conversation on this. Maybe I'll prepare something and we can have a special session on this because I really think that this economic awareness thing is really one of the keys to us being able to really overcome what's kind of going on. Like before you solve a problem, you have to have an awareness of the problem. And I don't even know if we're aware of the problem. So if you're not aware of it, how are you even going to solve it? If you don't even know that you have a problem, you can't solve the problem. If you're not aware of the dimensions of the problem and what and how the problem works, and you ever reverse engineered the problem, then you're not going to solve it. So that's the goal every day is let's gain some awareness. If we become aware and we're committed to solving our problem, then I guarantee you on a family level, you can solve the problem. I cannot speak for everybody else. I cannot speak for the buffoons that we see on TV. I cannot speak for the nonsense that's being pushed in the so-called culture, but I can speak in terms of you and your family. And I can tell you, if you apply just specific, simple rules to your life, all this slavery nonsense and this struggle, this strugglenomics that everybody else is going through, that won't be your problem. That will not be your testimony. So bless you. Good luck to you. And I wish you the very best. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning. So last but not least, if you want to join and get on the text list and join us every morning, just text the word morning to 87948 and also blackmoney101.com. That's that URL that I mentioned before. So I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day. Love you. Peace. Me a cynic or whatever, but I kind of feel like with the money, and it all goes back to the money. This is why I'm bringing it up during our economic awareness training, is that the money is everywhere. Money is this amazing thing that can be beautiful when it's beautiful, but it can be ugly when it's ugly. And really, it's as much as I talk to you guys about money and what money can do for you. I also really am a person that will warn you that money really is a drug. Money is it's kind of like its own type. It's a financial fentanyl. That's what it is. It's financial fentanyl that basically ends up corrupting so many parts of your society. There are some areas of society where money should not be involved. And money should not be involved in specific areas. I'm going to say things like politics. I think they need to take money out of politics, because then your corporations and your billionaires are going to run everything. Money should be taken out of things like healthcare, because you shouldn't be allowing, the decision to let somebody live or die be based on how much money they have. That's kind of terrible. What else? I think money being involved in things like your educational system causes a lot of inequality in society that just isn't fair for everybody. And it creates this sort of really crappy outcome where certain people get access to certain things that everybody should have access to. And the list kind of goes on and on. And so money is not something that I believe should. It's interesting because if you ask me my position on money and finance, as a financial scientist, I will say money is something that is involved in almost every leg of our society, but money really shouldn't be involved in a lot of areas of our society. Like money also corrupts things like even your health, your food. The EPA, or is it the EPA? No, that's the Environmental Protection Agency. The FDA, that's supposed to keep your food healthy. They've been corrupted by money. So so whenever they try to go in and say, okay, Americans shouldn't be eating this or eating that, because it's going to kill them. The money comes in, the money walks in, the money's like a person, like, the money just kind of walks in. I was going to grab my little puppet, but I don't know where it's at. But the money just kind of walks in with a little briefcase, and it opens itself, it lays itself out on the table and says, here's a whole bunch of me. And that's going to change your opinion. And that's going to get you to justify pretty much anything that we ask you to do. That's why to this day, there are foods and stuff like that in the United States that we are told to eat, or that we are told are safe, that are actually banned in other countries. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? How many? Give me a yes or no if you knew that. That there are a ton of foods. I was really shocked by this. There are a ton of foods that we eat in the United States that are banned in other countries. So I've heard people talk about, when they go to other countries, I've seen them literally say, I went to this third world country and I was so much healthier than I am here. I went to Guyana with my wife, which again, that's another area where money's interesting. Again, because this is economic awareness training, I like pointing out all the places that where money has an influence where maybe we don't see it. But in Guyana, where they just discovered a whole bunch of oil, so that's created a whole bunch of problems for Guyana, kind of like how Diddy used to say, more money, more problems. Well, Guyana has more money, more problems because they have one of the largest oil reserves in the world. And but when we were in Guyana, my wife and I were out there, and I remember noticing like the weight was just falling off. I wasn't eating that much different from what I was eating in the United States, but I was literally slimming down and feeling healthier. So generally speaking, if you connect the fact, again, just talking about money, and because we're here to talk about economic awareness, even the really big spike in cancer rates in the United States. Does anybody give me a yes if you know this? Give me a yes if you know that. I think the last study I saw basically said that 40% of us in this room are going to die of cancer. The 40 to 50%. Like almost half of us in this room right now are going to go out from cancer. And give me a guess if you have a relative who's died from cancer. Both my parents have cancer right now. And it's kind of in remission, like, but still, I don't feel like cancer goes away really. My grandma died of cancer. It's kind of very common, right? So I think a lot of this is connected to the money. The money is so you have these financial cancers that can actually cause real cancer, and a lot of it is linked to the food and the healthcare system. Think about this. This is what's a crazy little financial fact to kind of chew on. Isn't it insane that you have the most expensive healthcare in the world, but you're not even in the top 10 in terms of quality of care. Did y'all know that? I mean, how many of y'all knew that? Give me a yes or no if you knew that. That in the US we spend more money on healthcare than any other country on the planet, but our healthcare isn't even top 20. It's not, I think I don't even know if it's top 30. I think that we were right behind like Costa Rica in terms of quality of care. So I'm sitting there thinking, wait, if we're spending the most money, why are we getting the best care? That's insane to me. And this is what money is kind of doing to the society. So I want to make it real clear for those that are new to our economic awareness training. I'm big on studying the science of money. I think it's very important for us to understand money. I think financial and money consciousness is the most important thing you can do as a survival mechanism in this society. But I'm also a person that wants to remind you that money consciousness means also that you can't get to the point where you have this money worship or this money glorification. If you start worshiping money like a god, then that god is going to curse you like the devil. If you make money into your god, then you're going to find out that money quickly turns into the devil. So don't let the devil eat you up. Like Denzel Washington said, you go to the party just long enough to leave, and you got to leave before the devil gets there. So same thing is true with money. I want you to dig just far enough into money to get what you need and to be financially successful, but you got to leave the party before the devil gets there, because there's a lot of people that have lots of money that are engaged in just horrific life experiences. Maybe you might look at a Diddy or Trump as examples of this. I don't know what your opinion is politically. I don't. It's okay to have an opinion. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican or in between. So just know that's not what our goal is. We're here to talk about the money. All right. So anyway, first of all, I did not greet you all this morning. I'm very, very sorry I didn't do that. Sometimes we just get started and I just jump right in. And by the way, we do money consciousness every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So if you're not on the text list to get a notification to come into the private Zoom so you can engage with everyone, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. If you live in another country and it does not work, then you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And this is a free class. Anybody can join as long as you come in and you're serious and you want to learn things. All right, so let's see here. So I want to say good morning to Sharon and Janelle and let's see, Veronica and Otis, JJ Conway. JJ is such a smart lady, and I met her husband, just wonderful family. Just you inspire me, JJ. D Hines, Adrena, Calvin McWilliams. I see you, Denise Bryant, Chelsea, Natasha, and feel free to also shout out your city. I think I saw the Bay Area in here, and I know you all are out all over the world. So I see Cincinnati for Robert and Armando from Owensboro, Kentucky. I know Owensboro very well. I spent a lot of time there. All right, so because I'm from Kentucky, but I'm from Louisville. All right, so let's talk about this thing with Trump. And there's a lot of financial angles to this that I kind of wanted to make you aware of to help us understand money and how money flows through society and what money does and does not do. When I look at things, I tend to see the financial side of it. Just because again, I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a financial scientist. I'm a finance PhD. So that's all you do is I spend 20, 30 years just thinking about money all the time and economics and all that, right? So what I want to point to you in terms of understanding what happened with Trump and money and all this. First off, I want to just give you a recap in case you don't know. I assume you all know that Trump was convicted yesterday of a bunch of stuff, 34 counts of something involving a porn star and money and stuff. And he slept with the lady, and I guess that's what these adult film stars do. They sleep with people. And so he slept with this lady, and then it came down to him paying money, there's that word money, paying money to her to cover it up, and then apparently the money was misclassified or something, and so next thing you know, he's convicted, and so I don't know how this is going to play out. There's political implications. Maybe he'll go to jail, maybe not. He's still going to run for president. I think he can still run, even if he's convicted, even if he's in jail. There was actually a guy that ran for president while he was incarcerated. So, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but that is true. So here's a few things in terms of money that I think you may want to pay attention to when it comes to Trump. Well, first off, financially speaking, just to start with something very simple, how many of you saw that Donald Trump's stock kind of plummeted today. It went down by about 6 or 7%, which is a pretty big one day drop. His company, Trump Media, which by the way, it's a terrible company. I'm not saying Trump is terrible. If you like him, that's fine. If you're going to vote for him, that's fine. That is your right. I am not anti or pro. I don't care about any of that. I told you I don't vote for Democrats or Republicans. I vote for black people. The core issues in the black community, in my opinion, are broken families, declining wealth, violent neighborhoods, and a poor educational system. Those are probably the top four. And then maybe health, mental and physical health. I don't think any Democrat or any Republican is going to fix these issues. I don't. I really don't. Even my friend, well, he's kind of my friend. Hill Harper is running for Senate, and I like Hill Harper so much that I really wish he wasn't running for Senate. I wish he would just go raise a bunch of money and independently go into the black community and help people because the money corrupts the politics. The money will have you as a senator doing things for people that you don't even like, things that you don't even want to do. And it costs a lot of money to run for the Senate, tens of millions of dollars. So my thought to a guy like Hill Harper is to say, if your goal is to really, really help the black community, then put the medicine right in the bloodstream. Like go right into the black community, find some way to raise money, go to your Hollywood friends, connect with some banks, connect with some companies, raise about $20 million because you can do more. Pay attention. You can do more for the black community as an independent black man with $20 million than you can as a black senator with $200 million. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying here. You can do more as an independent black man for the black community with 20 million than you can as a senator with 200 million because here's the problem. It's not so much about how the size of your gun. The size of the gun, or they said the size, it ain't the size of the ship, it's the motion of the ocean. So the size of your gun doesn't matter as much as the accuracy with which you point those damn bullets. So sometimes we have black faces in high places that become these big guns. They become very popular. They're on TV and everybody knows who they are. But because they've got to serve everybody, because they got to serve this group and this company and that company, they don't even get around to black people half the time. I'm not saying Hill's not gonna do it. I like Hill. I really like Hill. He's my favorite candidate in terms of people that are running for office right now because I just think he's smart and I watched his interview. He sounds so sharp and he reminds me of Obama. He reminds me of what I loved about Obama. I lived down the street from Obama. I lived a block and a half from Obama in Chicago, and I also lived a block and a half from Minister Louis Farrakhan. I went to see Farrakhan about 4 or 5 times. I never tried to go see Barack because his whole street was blocked off. But I did see that motorcade, by the way, which literally I sat up one night and I counted the number of vehicles in the motorcade. It was crazy. They literally had like 34 vehicles in their motorcade. Just a little fun fact. Like I saw 2 or 3 fire trucks, ambulances, police motorcycles, big SUVs with 2 or 3 guys hanging out the SUV with AK-47s or something. Like they would just pop you off, pop your head off if you try to do anything. It was crazy. So anyway, that's just a little side note. Not that that has anything to do with what we're talking about. I just think that that's kind of cool. So anyway, so with Barack Obama, I think I saw Hill Harper speaking. He reminded me of Barack. He went to school with Barack. He's sharp. They even kind of look alike. And I remember just sitting there thinking, like, gosh, that's such a waste. It's such a waste in my view because I think that that's what we really need. I think the solutions are going to come from people that have a decent amount of resources that are really, really, really specifically focused on the black community. Like even in the black business school, our budget is about $2 to $3 million a year. We've been able to do 10 times more than a lot of black faces in high places have ever been able to do. And it's not because we have more money or more power. It's because we're focused. We're clear. We're like, no, this every ounce of energy we have is going to go toward this particular problem. We focused ourselves on becoming the surgeons of black wealth in the black community. And when you focus on a topic with a specific surgical accuracy, you have so many insights that other people don't have when they only sort of think about black wealth once a year. We don't think about black wealth once a year. We think about black wealth 300 times a day. My wife and I talk about it. She's a therapist. Not just a therapist. She's a PhD level therapist that trains other therapists. That's how so she can break down in 1,000 ways the conscious and unconscious ways that wealth is leaked out of the black community, the unconscious and conscious ways that families are ruined in your community, that your culture is being undermined. She can talk about that. She's a master of the subconscious mind. She's read several books about 300 or 400 pages long on the subconscious mind and how things like symbolism and all that are being used to manipulate black people into doing what other people want them to do. So if you want to really have some deep conversations, go listen to my wife. Her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. She's not a joke. And then so my point is to say that this to me is the solution. We don't need a whole bunch of money. It's like parenting, right? Which is better for a child? The wealthy parent that they never see, or the parent who may not have as much money but is wealthy with love, that's wealthy with time, that's wealthy with attention, that's focused on the child, that's waking them up every morning, walking them to the school bus every day, just all there for them when they're sick. That to me is the parent that's going to have the greatest impact, not the super successful parent who never sees their child, right? So the question at the end of the day is, what are we focused on? If we're focused on us, then us will win, right? If whatever you focus on is going to win, whatever seed you plant, whatever flower you water, that's the one that's going to grow. So ask yourself every day, what flowers am I watering? What seeds am I planting? Where am I putting my best and my baddest? Like, where's my energy going? And this is why black wealth tends to evade us, is because if you look at the typical day of most black people, what you will find is that most of our energy goes toward doing something for somebody else. We send our kids to somebody's school, so they're making money off your kid, and while they're making money to miseducate your child, which is absolutely crazy. And then you go to work all day, and so you're building somebody else's business, and then and the reason you're building their business is so you can get just enough money to go pay a landlord. So you're building wealth for the landlord because he's taking all that money, he's investing that money, and over a 30-year period, you bought your landlord two mansions. You bought him two mansions, right? Because I can show you mathematically speaking that if I take that 1,500 a month that you're paying in rent to the landlord, and I expound that over 30 years of an S&P 500 investment, that person's going to make millions of dollars from that investment. So you're building millions in generational wealth. Pay attention now. You're building millions in generational wealth for other people, and you're not getting any of that for yourself, because many of us, unfortunately, are going to die with a net worth that is lower than a newborn baby. There are babies being born in the hospital right now somewhere that have a higher net worth than a lot of people that have been working for 20 or 30 years. Tell me if you follow what I'm saying. Tell me if you agree. What do you think? I mean, do you understand where I'm coming from on this? Or does this sound radical and crazy? I don't think anything's radical about a truth that can be laid out so plainly and so clearly. I could explain this to a 4-year-old. I can explain this to a kid in elementary school. This is not to me, what's fascinating about the psychology of it, and this is why I think economic awareness is so important, is that sometimes we need something or someone to just kind of slap us out of it. Like, when you get into this trance where other people have made a consistent effort and a heavy investment in managing and manipulating our conscious and subconscious minds. Sometimes you just got to get slapped a little bit. Say, what are you doing? Like, what are you talking about? Like maybe you're about to beat somebody up and cuss them out, and then your sister's like, "Come on, you're a Christian. You're not supposed to." And you're like, "Oh, that's right, I am a Christian. I'm not supposed to be ready to put this guy in the casket, right? Or whatever, right?" So what I would say to you is, at the end of the day, I would encourage you to be really thoughtful in terms of how you go about these things. So let me get back to the Trump thing. Just in case you're wondering, sometimes I do these streams of consciousness, and I hope that that's okay. I just trust whatever God tells me to say. And if you're putting questions in the chat, like I see your question, Alice, and I'm very, very sorry. But if you but I sometimes I get to talking and I'm kind of focused on the discussion. Let's see here. Okay, so yeah, so Alice, if you want to have a one-on-one consultation, I don't have a lot of space to do one-on-ones, so there is a fee to do a one-on-one consultation. So I think that's why the team told you that. Now they can share with you whatever they can share, but some things they can and cannot do. So one thing we do not do on the platform is we cannot give you investing advice. So I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy. I may tell you what stock I just bought or things like that, but in terms of giving you specific help that requires either a lot of time or a lot of resources, that's something that does require some sort of a dual investment, right? So just in case you want, I see you mentioned something about closing costs and help with closing costs for your house, and I don't know what that means. So if you have a question, send the email to support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, so I hope that helps you, Alice. I don't know what you mean by the closing costs in 499, or that part I'm not sure about. All right, so let's move on to the whole Trump thing. All right, so the first thing about Trump is this. Trump is that whole case to me is all about money. You see the money everywhere. I'll point out a couple of things that should heighten your financial awareness in terms of understanding what's actually happening here, in my opinion. One is money tends to make men more attractive, right? I wrote a whole book about this kind of thing, and it was called Financial Lovemaking. And all the science pretty much says that when a man has more money, he becomes more appealing to women, right? So I would argue that Stormy Daniels' interest in Trump might have been driven by the fact that he was one of the richest men in America, and and that tends to be pretty cool, and so that's how they ended up connecting, and so the money kind of brings them together. I became much more handsome when I started making six figures at the age of 30. I wasn't nearly as handsome when I was making $12,000 a year at the age of 29. So with that being said, the other thing about money that's interesting here is money also makes you, as Trump falsely believed, in my opinion, I think money can make men, especially, and people in general, think you can get away with things that you should not be able to get away with, right? So if you remember, Trump made that comment. The reason he was so concerned about the Stormy Daniels case, from what I saw, was that he had made that statement where he was being secretly recorded, where he said something about grabbing women by the you know what, right? Which to me just speaks to just the arrogance. It speaks to the mindset. I think that that's absolutely 100% highly inappropriate. Even if you support Trump, I don't think anybody can support and condone a statement like that. Even if you talk about people that do crazy stuff like that, the idea that you have the arrogance to think that you can even talk about that openly and not have a consequence for that, that's a problem, right? I got daughters. I don't want you talking about grabbing women by the blankety blank without permission. That's highly inappropriate. And so the arrogance was there to make him drop his guard and to say, I'm Donald Trump. I can say anything I want and it's not going to be a consequence. But it was incredibly unstrategic because he was being recorded at the time. And one of the rules I always had was, whenever one of the rules I've always had is that I don't email, text, or say anything that I could not defend on CNN. If I can't defend it, if I'm in front of a nationally televised audience, then I will not say it. If I was if Dr. Boyce is secretly murdering people on the weekends, you will never know. My wife will never know because I wouldn't want to burden my wife by having to carry around that kind of information anyway. And you never know. If we get divorced and I become her worst enemy, then she might turn into a snitch. I don't think she would, but then again, none of us ever thinks our wife would ever do that to us. But do you know? I know my dad was a cop, and my dad told me that the easiest way to catch people in a crime was when they had a relationship with somebody, and then they had the pillow talk, and they're like, "Yeah, one time I got scared and I shot him and I killed him," and then next thing you got a new girlfriend and you're cheating, and she gets mad, and so she goes and she tells the police. So generally speaking, I just thought it was really strange to say, what would make this man dumb enough to even say something crazy like that, let alone, but also there's a part like what makes him dumb enough to even do something like that. I think the money plays a big part in that. I think that him having this Superman billionaire facade basically led him to believe he could get away with anything and say anything. He's even indicated this, I think, when he said something like, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight and they would still vote for me. So that arrogance, I think, can cause you some problems, right? So the money can create arrogance because money is a drug. So people that are addicted to money are officially pretty much addicted to drugs. Money affects the same region of your brain as cocaine, and that is pretty much what I see when I see this. Also, here's another area where money pops into the Stormy Daniels Donald Trump case. I really think that this was probably kind of just a little bit of a shakedown. I mean, let's just be real, right? Okay, I'm gonna ask y'all a simple question. Give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Put a yes in the chat if you are not an adult film star. Give me a yes in the chat if you've never considered becoming an adult film star. How many yeses? I hope I see a lot of yeses. Now, if I see a couple no's in here, we got to talk. We got to get you some other ways to make money. Give me a yes if you are not, if you've never ever thought about going down to LA and getting into that industry and make, because there's opportunities, I'm sure. And some of y'all, I'm sure some of y'all are a little freaky and got some special skills in the bedroom that could probably make you money right now. But give me a yes if you've never even thought about selling that part of who you are, right? Give me a yes if you agree that maybe some things should not be for sale. I don't know. So here's what my thought process is. Just being honest with you in terms of my honest perspective on money. And I wrote about this a little bit in my book, Financial Lovemaking. Um, Here's the deal. Okay, so there has to be a special mindset of people who are willing to go ahead and take that plunge. Not judging them. They're like, okay, they're sex workers and they have rights, and okay, cool, no problem, right? But you have to have a kind of a certain mindset to really even go into that space. And it's really kind of it's even a Kim Kardashian-ish kind of space. Because remember, that's how Kim Kardashian got famous in the first place. And I believe that it was done strategically. I believe her mother helped her out, helped her do it. And then, and my friend, Jamarlin Martin, who actually ran Bossip at the time, for about 15, 20 years, he told me that back in the day, Kim Kardashian would call them every day. And she would call them and try to get them to cover various stories about her life because she had been trained by Paris Hilton, who also kind of try to make money that way or whatever. So there's a mindset, there's a certain level of economic ambition, if you will, that exists typically in the minds of somebody who will sell things that most of us would not consider to be for sale. Right. So bear with me here. I got a point behind this. So when you're engaged with a person like that, it creates a different kind of relationship. It becomes extremely and blatantly and overtly transactional. It's not just, don't get me wrong. I believe a lot of relationships are more transactional than we think. I really do. Like, for example, I say things that make guys mad all the time. And I just honestly say, I said, look, unfortunately, a lot of women, if they're struggling financially, are going to have a hard time respecting you if you're completely 100% broke. Really, I'm not saying that it doesn't mean you're not worthy of love. I'm just saying that based on all the biology that I've read and all the studies I've seen about female attraction, women tend to find men that are financially secure more attractive because women tend to like security, right? And the security can show up in multiple forms. It can show up in physical security, like big muscles, height. I was the short guy, so I got the short end of that stick. But maybe intelligence. I think I do okay in the intelligence category. And then you've got money, right? Money, 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 money. And now, mind you, if a person has plenty of money, then financial security may not be something that attracts her to you, right? If she's already got money and she's doing well, like a lot of women are doing quite well financially, maybe that's not as important. But if money's a little bit tight, or if there is a certain degree of financial stress or mismanagement or financial irresponsibility, that tends to drive women crazy. I remember doing research for my book, Financial Lovemaking, back in 2004, 2005. I interviewed a lot of people about love and money to hear their stories. I was blown away by how furious some women would get when their husbands were sloppy with the money or financially irresponsible. I mean, it shocked me because I said they are madder at him for this than they would have been if he had gotten another woman pregnant. Like, this is a level of anger that is really hard to comprehend. And I'll tell you one story I never forgot was there was one lady who said that she was saving money in like a piggy bank for her daughter to go to college. She was putting money into this little bank, and her husband was going right behind her and pulling money out to pay for his lunch. So she was putting money in, and he would go right behind her and pull money out. And so she couldn't understand why the money pot wasn't growing. She didn't. It was confusing. Then she found out what her husband was doing, and she was ready to divorce him. She said, "You son of a blank." She was talking to me on the phone, and she said, "You son of a blah, 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 blah." And she said, and she was actually on her way to divorcing him, by the way. And she said, "You literally ate and shit out our daughter's future." Like, that's how mad she was. And I remember paying attention to how angry she was. And she divorced this man. And I think that the money thing was part of it because it was almost deeper than just the money. It was like, I married an incompetent piece of crap. Right. That's kind of the energy that she seemed to have. So that really kind of woke me up like, whoa, this money thing, as much as we want to act like money doesn't matter, money matters. I think money does matter in relationships. So anyway, so let's get back to this. So again, so my point on making that comment is that I believe a lot of relationships are more transactional than you think. As much as we want to believe, I think 50 Cent had a song that was basically like, "Would you love me if I was riding a bus instead of a Bentley? Would you love me if I was doing 25 years in prison?" I'm sitting there thinking, no, she probably wouldn't, because then you wouldn't be 50 Cent. You'd be Curtis Jackson, inmate number 77654, with no money in your pocket, and that makes you into a different man. That's like them. That's like her asking you, would you love me if I weighed 500 pounds? Would you love me if I was bald headed instead of having long flowing hair? Would you love me if I had big pimples on my face? And the answer would be no. It's a reality role, right? It's just life, right? So I don't know why people are so scared of life, right? So again, but my wife is different from me. She's more of a romantic. She believes in things like unconditional love. And I sit and I say, no, I don't believe in, I don't understand that, because I don't think, or maybe you'll love me even if you dump me. So maybe that's what she's saying. Maybe she's saying, even if I dump you and leave you and go with be with a better man, I'll still love you from a distance. So maybe that's what she means by unconditional love. Because where I come from, you have to add value in on some level. That's just what I see. So anyway, so here's the thing. The Stormy Danielses of the world, in my opinion, are more overtly transactional, though. They're more like, in my opinion, they're the people who say, like, there's some people who say, look, if I date you and I'm sleeping with you, then at some point maybe you can help me out with the bills, and the more you help me out with the bills, the more attracted I'll be to you. I think that's perfectly natural, to be honest with you. I don't think that makes you a bad person per se. But then there are people who say, "Give me money and I'll give you sex." Right? Give me money and I'll sleep with you right now, and just make sure you leave the $200 on the dresser on your way out the door. And that's where Stormy Daniels sits. So here's my point. Here's my point. This is again money. Um, I think that when you're dealing with a person like that, who where they might spill over into Calvin always throws it. He always says one word, and it's always like the right word. So his right the right word that Calvin put in there today is prostitution. That's what it is, right? And I think that when you're having a relationship with someone that is so overtly transactional when it comes to money, it's a kind of a different interaction. It's a different situation. It's one of those things where um because you've made yourself vulnerable to this lady by doing what you did, and because she's now seeing you ascend to the presidency, and she sees how your reputation is so fragile right now because you just told the whole world that you like to grab women by the woohoos, right? Well, now she's going to show up and she's going to deliver a shakedown. I believe that she just called and said, hey, I've got this story I want to tell, and as an independent, free, liberated person, I'm going to go tell my story to the world because I got bills to pay over here. So what happened is that 130,000 that they gave this lady, from what I saw, was to basically buy the rights to her story, which they weren't really buying the rights to the story. They were just trying to squash it. Just like Microsoft and Google and other companies and Facebook, they do it all the time. They'll buy a company just so they can kill the company, right? So they bought the story just so they could kill it, and I think that was what was going on. So that's where money popped up, because I do believe that there was some sort of a shakedownish kind of element here. Then here's the other thing too. So now you're being shaken now again because of your lack of sexual discipline or your unstrategic choices. But everybody makes mistakes, whatever. You chose to sleep with this adult star years ago. Now she's shaking you down, but then the person who helped you pay the money for the shakedown also can shake you down. Michael Cohen, the guy who took the money and paid the money to this lady, now he's turning around and saying, okay, well, what about me? Right? Because everybody has their own self-interest. So now you owe Cohen money, and you probably don't owe him 130, which was the amount that was paid. You probably owe him 130 plus interest. Do you follow what I'm saying? You probably owe him 130 plus about 50 favors, or maybe you owe him 130 plus whatever, because now not only does he have this information on you, but he has something on you that can ruin your reputation, keep you from being president, and possibly get you sent to prison. That's a heavy debt to repay. That's a heavy, heavy burden, and all this is driven by money. So because if you recall, in that trial, the number one the number one witness in the trial was Michael Cohen. The guy who literally put the nail in the coffin for these convictions was the guy who was your number one homeboy back when he was helping you handle business. Now, for whatever reason, that relationship has fallen apart. There's that other word we use a lot: relationships. People don't understand how do money and relationships kind of connect. Well, this might be an example. If he had a good relationship with him, or if things had gone the way they needed to go to keep everything cool, then maybe this could have been dealt with. But it wasn't. So now you're facing these convictions and all that. What else? The other area where money pops into play is generally with these really bogus, really terrible campaign finance laws that we have in the United States, which basically said that this money that was spent technically qualified as a campaign contribution or whatever because it was spent. I think that's all silly. America as a society is corrupt and destroyed and on its way. It's literally become the Titanic for one key reason. The number one reason, in my view, is that you've allowed money into your politics. You've really allowed somebody to pee in the Kool-Aid. The capitalists are running your country, which is like having the drug dealers run the police station. So as the drug dealers are running the police station, You're seeing the police station is getting ransacked. You're seeing the bank is being gutted. You see the people that are controlling your government are using the government as their personal plaything, their personal piggy bank. If you look at Trump's kids, let's talk about Trump. And again, I don't care if you're voting for him or not voting for him. I don't get into that. I promise you. I get accused of being a Trump supporter. I get accused of being a Biden supporter. I ignore all that because I honestly I become the asshole because I say I'm not really voting for any of these people, and it's my right to do that. You're not going to tell me what I have the right to do. I don't succumb to bullying. But here is what Trump's did you know that Trump's kids, he has Ivanka and then there's Jared Kushner. Those are Ivanka's his daughter, Jared Kushner's his son-in-law, and then he's got these other kids, I think Donald Jr. and some other people. They've made like somewhere around like $200 million like since he got elected. They made literally like almost $200 million while he was in the White House. So this for the most part, the presidency has been a massive money grab for the Trump family. Again, you don't have to hate the family to know this. This is just a fact. They are extraordinarily good business people, but they've been accused of a lot of things. They've been accused of major conflicts of interest. Ivanka and Jared Kushner, they have a lot of economic interests where they are accused of influence peddling, which is supposed to be illegal, but I think it happens, in the real world. And so effectively, Ivanka was able to get a lot of these international copyrights and trademarks and everything else done, largely because she was connected to the White House. A lot of people believe that. Also, Jared Kushner has investments in the Opportunity Zones program, which was pushed by the Trump administration, and so they've been accused pretty much of a lot of self dealing and kind of making themselves rich by being in the White House. So to some extent, this and the reason I named all these things, and I want to make sure we're clear on why I'm bringing this up, is that the money's kind of everywhere, and I think financial awareness would mean just kind of looking at this and seeing how money's kind of moving everything around. And if you take the money out of this whole story, then there is no story. If you take the money out of the trial, there is no trial. If you take the money out of the presidency, then there would be no desire for a Trump presidency. I don't think that he wants to be president because he wants to just fix America. I think he wants to be president because he's a guy that has all really, really been obsessed with the god of money. And that does that make Biden better? No, like I'd like to see Hill Harper be president or something. I like intelligent, smart black people, to be honest with you. But really, this is kind of what I'm seeing here as it pertains to this whole Trump thing. So what's going to happen in the future? I have no idea. It'll be fun to watch, but I thought that would be a fun little economic consciousness conversation to be able to sort of see how this all works. Now, what I'm going to do is answer a couple of your questions before we move on. I hope you will allow me really quickly to mention that we do have a list of AI stocks that I really like that you can have for free. If you text the word stock to 87948, text stock to 87948, you will receive that list right away. Also, if you go to our Black Wealth Mastery store, we have a lot of sections. We have an apparel section. We have a lot of Black Wealth apparel. We also have a section on love and money. My wife has workbooks on things like financial anxiety to help you cope with that. I also have some things on love and money that my wife and I have done together. We also have a section for children. We educate our kids here. So if you go to our digital programs at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com, that's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So in the summertime, while you're getting your kids ready for the future, why not have them do something constructive and productive that's going to benefit them for life? A lot of us have to go to work every day because our parents did not invest for us. A lot of us have to go to work every day because nobody taught us financial literacy. A lot of us have to go to work every day because nobody prepared us for the future. I encourage you to break that generational curse right now. We'd love to help you. So a couple places you can either go to our kids program at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com or you can go to drboycebooks.com. Okay, Alice says I have my kids in BMOT. Great. And I think that it's the best investment you'll ever make. And if you don't agree with us, if your kids go through the program and all the modules and the exams and everything, and you're not happy for any reason, we'll give you your money back because we're that confident in terms of what we do. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's a great place to get any resource you want when it comes to Black wealth. All right, so let me answer a few of your questions. If you're in the Zoom, put your question inside the Q&A section, and I will answer as many as I can. If it's a prolonged question, then it may be better for support. So the email for our Black Business School support team is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They are wonderful people. They will take good care of you. And Aisha says, how can sorry. Someone says, oh, Adrian says, can you email us the name of the resources? Yeah, well, make sure you're on the email list. A good way to get on there might be, let me think here. Yeah, if you just text the word, if you're on the text list, text morning to 87948, you should be on the email list. And if you're not on that list, then email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can give you access to anything that you need. And they're very good people. They're very, very kind and gentle and helpful. All right, so I'm looking strictly in the Q&A section. So if you put your question in the chat, I won't see it. And if you're not inside the Zoom, I won't see the question because I can only look at one screen at a time. But again, if you want to join the Zoom tomorrow morning, we do this economic awareness training every morning, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern. The class is totally free. So you can feel free to text the word morning to 87948. All right, Veronica says, Robinhood offers gift stocks. We are just starting with very little money. Should we use the gift? Sure, as long as you are aware of what they're asking for in return. Robinhood does not give things away for free. So just make sure you're aware of what you're giving up in exchange for what you're receiving. Robert says, is there a way to tap in, access your home equity without a HELOC or a refi loan? Is there a way to tap in and access your home equity without? I would talk to different banks about that. Um, I mean, HELOCs and refis are the best ways to do that. They have home equity lines of credit and stuff like that. And I've seen students in the Prime program use HELOCs as a way to generate income by selling stock options. So, for example, let's say that you have 50,000 in home equity, you're able to access in the Prime program, one thing that we show you how to do is to take that and leverage it and then buy specific stocks and sell options on those stocks. And that $50,000 could generate easily $2,000 or $3,000 a month in extra income. Sometimes more. It depends on depends on the market, but for the most part, it's a great, stable, relatively low risk way to generate income. Even though all investing involves risk, a lot of students are very happy with the Prime program. So if you want to take a look, just go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. All right, so let's see here. Barbara says, how does Kobe Bryant's parents need money? Wife inherited his entire fortune. Oh, how do they? Kobe Bryant's parents need money? If they do, that's a shame. Ooh, sheesh. I'm gonna look into that. I didn't know that. Yeah. I don't know what happened with the parents. I think that's kind of sad. I always think it's sad when kids cut off their parents, no matter what the situation, because especially when you talk about anybody who was able to benefit because of their parents' sacrifice. I kind of feel like parents deserve a lot of grace because it's very hard to get it perfect as a parent. And I just hate to see when kids get mad at their parents and could cut them off completely and act like they never really set you up. I think that a healthy ecosystem is where you have a return on your investment, because at some point your parents get old and they need your help. And so this idea that that basically helping the kid means you're not supposed to get anything back, I don't buy into that. Like my parents, I want to take good care of my parents because they gave me so much. My father was there for me. He didn't have to be. He chose to be my dad. I didn't have a dad. I would have been in big trouble without him. So I owe him everything, in my opinion. So I don't understand why people feel different. I don't get it, to be honest with you. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Cancer treatment, Barbara Frank, 301-949-4873. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but okay. All right. So, yeah, I can't endorse that directly. So because I've gotten in trouble for mentioning things on this platform and having people think that I was endorsing it. So I have to be really thoughtful about that. Let's see. Okay. All right. So Ginger, I see your comments. Try to only make one comment at a time because it's kind of a lot. It makes it a little bit tough for me to speak to everyone in the chat. So if you have a question, put one question in there, and that makes it a little bit easier for us to get things done. If you have something that you'd like for us to take a closer look at, you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. TJ says, I need your help, Dr. Watkins. Recently became an accredited investor and need a conversation regarding my current portfolio and creating income with options. Okay. Well, we have a limited number of one-on-ones and small group sessions that we do. I actually just started a mastermind, but it's really more so for those that have a bigger capital base, that are a little bit more comfortable with more detailed strategies. So if you want to look into any of that, just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you get set up with whatever you need. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So Ginger, I don't know if it was a mistake, but I see you got like 15 questions in here. So just one at a time, sweetheart. All right. So Greg Harrison, greetings, Doc. If you get margin with a small account, for instance, 3,000, what will be ideal for investing in? I don't know. You can start somewhere like Coinbase or something like that. That might be a good place to start. Tyson Williams is there. And also if you log in at drboyceprime.com, every 3 weeks I create what I call Dr. Boyce Money Makers, which are the stocks that have the highest income. So you can sell options on those stocks. All right, Tyrese says, is there a reason why you don't offer a course on fixed income securities? It's more so demand. There's not as much interest there, but if there was enough interest, then I could do something like that, or maybe do a special session or like some weekend or something where we can go through it. Fixed income wasn't really something that I spent a lot of time on, but but the thing is, in my doctoral work and stuff, you get exposed to everything. So I could look into that. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can put that on the list of things that we can offer. Let's see here. Do I think Trump will go to jail? No, I don't. Calvin, what's a good book on expanding the understanding of stock options? I don't know. One book I have, there's a book called The Complete Encyclopedia for Covered Call Writing that I'm looking at right here. The problem with that though is that it's like 500 pages long, and I don't think you need 500 pages to learn how to trade stock options. I think like I could probably show you in a couple of days. Right? It get you started. Now it would take a while to kind of master the process, so it does take a while. But we did our stock options summit in LA, and I know you guys loved it. We did a survey. 100% of you said that you would recommend it to a friend. And I do believe stock options are important for you to understand and important for your children to understand, because I think it gives them a huge head start when it comes to their finances. Robert, do you think Nvidia will return to its current price after the split? No, that if it splits 10 to 1, it's going to take a long time to get back to $1,000 a share. Good morning. What's your wife's website again? It's coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Otis, any thoughts on Miso Robotics? I don't right now because I don't have it in front of me. If you we do portfolio power play on Tuesdays, so that will be a time where I can go through a lot of stocks. Also, if you go to drboycestocks.com, there's something called what Dr. Boyce is buying, and so every week I kind of pick stocks that I like the most. So you can feel free to take a look at that, but also you can bring that to class, and I can answer it then. Let's see. Other than Mara, what is one good stock to sell options on? Okay, I mentioned Coinbase. I like Coinbase. Let's see. I invested with BBS for 4 years. I don't have enough money to close. Should I sell my stocks? I have only 16K. My closing is 9K ish. Could the BBS help with a portion of my closing costs to closing my house? We don't have a lot of extra money laying around, to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you the truth. It is really hard to build an independent Black institution in a community where the economic trust is not that high. It's one of these things. It's not like we've got just tons of money just sitting around. Most of the money that we make in the Black Business School goes right back in to investing in the Black community, Black people developing things. So it's not like we're sitting on just a big pile of money now. So I say this in terms of transparency to say that if you are very wealthy, if you're sitting on 10 million, 20 million, 50 million, and you're looking for a place to make a donation, we're definitely open for that. We don't look for donations. We're not a 501c3, but it does help. So yeah, so our ability to just write a big check to get stuff done is limited because we're not like, say, Yale. Even though we're better at Black wealth than Yale, Stanford, or any HBCU in America, we don't get funding from the government. We don't have corporate sponsors because a very radical form of Black wealth that's powernomics oriented is not accepted in the mainstream. I truly believe this to the core of my soul that, and you tell me if you agree with this. Tell me if you can, and then let me know if I'm wrong on some level. I believe that meaningful, impactful, radical economic solutions for the Black community are really seen as a threat by a lot of people. I believe that anybody that's truly solving Black wealth problems, is truly solving problems when it comes to Black wealth, Black families, Black education, is going to be seen as being extremist because they're not used to solutions that actually work. They're not. It'd be great. I mean, we could raise $10 million if I got up here and just said, okay, everybody, y'all make sure y'all all show up and vote for Joe Biden, right? If I did that, sure, it'd be easy. I mean, because that's what people like, ineffective solutions. I don't. I'm a mathematician, and you can't, if you keep telling me that 2 plus 2 is 88, I'm not going to believe you. I'm going to say, no, it's not. 2 plus 2 is 4. But 44 plus 44 is 88, and we can do that. But then people say, oh, that's crazy. You're asking for too much. That's too extreme. That's radical. Well, you got an extreme problem. You need an extreme solution. It took an extreme amount of effort to create a multi-trillion-dollar wealth disparity in America. It took an extreme amount of effort for them to put you so far behind financially that you are right now. It took an extreme amount of effort for them to be able to extract billions of dollars out of you every year. So I believe it's going to take an extreme amount of effort to fix that. You understand? To right this ship, it's going to take a lot of work. And so generally speaking, when I come out here and I lay these things out, the truth of the matter is that some of these ideas are just ahead of their time. I believe that or I hope in 80 years, everything I'm saying to you is not going to be seen as extraordinary, weird, unique, or radical. It'll be seen like, of course, you have to invest for your children. Of course, you have to teach financial literacy when people are young. Of course, you should keep your wealth in your community if you want your community to prosper, right? Of course, Black people should educate their own kids. Things like that. I believe that that's going to come, but it's not here yet. So really, me talking in 2024 about ideas that may not be accepted until 2124 is no different from somebody in 1924 talking about things that we didn't accept until beyond the year 2000. That's literally the world we live in. And I accept that completely. I don't complain. I'm not here to whine about it. I'm just here to tell you the reality, right? So yeah, and it does make it hard to make money, to build the school. It does make it hard to get certain things done. But that's pretty much the burden that you accept when you try to become a pioneer in something. You're just not going to get everything that you would like to have. Because when you present an idea that is different from what people are used to, the first reaction is what they call cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is where it sounds so crazy and so different that you just get mad. Your first reaction is to get mad. But I'm very confident in sharing these ideas because I know what the hell I'm talking about. I am a financial scientist. I have sat next to the smartest white people, Asian people, Russian people, and studied finance at the absolute highest levels. And so when I sat down and really spent 10,000 hours studying exactly what's going on with wealth in the Black community, I came to some very simple conclusions, very simple diagnoses to fix the problem. And I stand by every single thing that I say in this regard. So yeah, so if we don't have the money that we need, that's okay. We can do more with $1 million than most institutions can do with 50 million because they're applying all those resources in the wrong direction anyway. Let me give you an example. HBCUs are screwing up because number one, you're ignoring people with real solutions like Dr. Claude Anderson. They should be ashamed of the fact that they're not honoring powernomics within those schools. That right there tells me that many HBCUs are working for someone that is giving them an agenda that is highly ineffective. Powernomics should be a core principle within every HBCU in America if your goal is to truly build Black wealth. But the goal isn't to build Black wealth. Your original mission was not to build Black wealth. Your original mission was to train Black people to go work for white people. That's why at every graduation you have thousands of kids that are like, I'm going to go work for Goldman Sachs. Well, okay, so Jewish people are going to get rich off your brilliance. I'm going to work for Google. Okay, so these other people are going to get rich off your brilliance. Google and their shareholders are going to get rich off. So that is a culture. That's a culture, and it's nothing wrong with it. I'm not making fun of anybody who works for Goldman Sachs, but I'm like, okay, well, at what point are you going to be working for you? At what point are you going to take your brilliance and truly maximize the potential of that brilliance? You do know that the reason Goldman Sachs is so happy to pay you 300,000 a year, it's probably because you're worth about 30 million a year and you don't even know it. You don't even know it. So whenever you have somebody that comes along who's absolutely amazing and brilliant and extraordinary in the Black community, somebody who's supposed to be the next Elon Musk, the next Mark Zuckerberg, we abort their potential early. We stunt their growth because all we do is we train them on how to be an employee. That's what we train them on how to go and you can go get a job as a programmer for IBM or whatever. We don't think about like, okay, what's required to build the capital base and the support system that will really allow this young man to really fly. That will allow this young woman to really become the billionaire mogul and job creator that she's supposed to be. Instead of shrinking her and making her an employee. This is a mindset, people. And we got to shift the mindset. This is why we hired psychologists and therapists in the Black Business School, because you need some damn financial therapy on a major, epic, surgical, emergency level. Like it is a crisis stage. It is crazy that millions of our people are going to die with a net worth that is lower than that of a newborn baby. This is crazy. It's preventable. It's simple, but it's absolutely ridiculous. We should be embarrassed by this. And I'm not talking about just people that didn't go to school. I'm talking about the ones who went to school the longest. How in the hell did you go to school that long and put in all that effort and you hate your life, you're mistreated on your job, and your net worth is negative $25,000? Not That's not supposed to happen. That's not called building wealth. That's called losing wealth. So that's where I stand. That's what I believe, and I stand by it because I have complete confidence in everything that I know. I don't know everything, but I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm figuring things out. So literally, the way I talk to you 3 years from now is going to be different from the way I'm talking now because in 3 years I'm going to be smarter than I am right now because I'm always thinking about this problem. So anyway, I'm done. I'm gonna finish up for today. I'm gonna answer a few more questions and we'll bounce out. I try to keep this in the 30 to 45 minute range, but sometimes the Holy Ghost gets me and I just keep on going. Adrena Broussard says, do you know anything about utilizing self-directed IRAs to buy property? There are ways to do that. There are rules in terms of how you use IRA money and 401k money. I would encourage you to maybe speak to whoever the banker is that's kind of helping you manage your IRA or your 401k or 403b or whatever it is, and make sure that you are minimizing the tax burden because I know that there are special exceptions when you go buy property. If you use the money to make a down payment on a home, they give you a big tax break on that. Let's see. Is Palantir a good stock for options trading? Asked Olivia. I don't think it is, but I don't have it in front of me, so I can't say for sure. If you want to see what we do in terms of options trading and all that stuff and income, it's a great way to make income. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also, if you want to, I have a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. If you text the word money to 87948, text money to 87948, you can watch that. And I guarantee you it's going to rock your world. It'll change your life. Everybody loves that. It's been seen by probably about 250,000 people now. And I know that I just know you're going to like it. It'll be different from anything you've ever seen. All right. So, let's see. Paul Bacadney says, I have 3 young men working in my warehouse. I told them they must save and invest a portion of their earnings. Can I get some direction to facilitate this request? Yeah, what I do for the young people that work for me, I got a couple of young guys that work for me and a couple of young ladies. I do like a matching program, and I told them. Now one of them is my son. Like I married his mother, and so he's a son to me. And but he's not my biological son. He is a great dad. His dad's a great guy. We work together to raise him together. Anyway, the deal I made with him was like a matching program, and I said every penny. I said I'll be the bank of Boyce, and I'll hold your money. And for every nickel that you put in the bank of Boyce in a year, I'll double that money for you. So I'll give you a really good ROI. Now, obviously, you can't do that for everybody, but maybe you can do something else, some other type of incentive to maybe say I'll add a little bit to it. Like companies do that, like they'll match or they'll match up to a certain amount that you put in your 401k as an incentive to invest. So I encourage you to consider doing something like that with your kids or with anybody that you care about to encourage them to save and invest. Because here's the thing. Um, a teenager who starts investing young and makes that part of their habit and makes that part of their natural flow where they have the money automatically being pulled out of their account is going to be drastically wealthier than most young people. Most young people don't really start saving and investing for retirement or anything until they're maybe late 30s or even early 40s. I wish I could show you a chart that will show you the hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of the difference in wealth levels that occur if you start investing at say 19 versus 39. It's not even close. It's ridiculous. But then here's the other thing. I want to take you to the next level and show you the difference in wealth that occurs between somebody who starts investing at the age of 0 versus somebody who starts even at the age of 19. Now, obviously, a person cannot invest at the age of 0. Newborn babies don't have any money. They don't know anything about the stock market. A child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind, right? So the baby doesn't know how to invest. That's where you're supposed to step in because wealth building, true wealth building at the highest levels is a team sport. True wealth building at the highest levels is like a game of basketball. I cannot win the NBA championship playing by myself. I need to have teammates. So when it comes to economics, if you have no teammates, that right there explains a good 60% of why you ain't got no wealth. You can't really have wealth in America if you have no teammates. So, and then also you got to understand that you got to be a good teammate. Stop abandoning these kids. Stop financially abusing them. Stop sending them out across town begging a stranger to give them something you should have gave them at birth. That's insanity to me. That is absolute insanity. It's abusive, and the evidence is everywhere. The evidence is everywhere. The evidence is everywhere. The only reason that you don't respond to it is because you, just like the rest of America, just like the rest of the world, have become completely immune to the effect of black suffering. It ain't just racist people who don't think black people feel pain. You've seen those studies, right? Let me know if you've seen those studies where they say that a lot of white people believe black people feel less pain than other people. Anybody heard those studies? So I don't think it's just white people who think that. I think we think that. I think we do. I think we're just like, oh, well, you're black, you're supposed to suffer. Just like, for example, just the amount of resentment that a young person would receive from other black people because he did not grow up in the hood. He didn't get shot every day. His mama wasn't on crack and he didn't get abused. Well, you ain't really had no black experience. When I was a boy, when I was a kid, we get in those poverty Olympics. When I was a kid, I had to eat bologna sandwiches with no bologna. When I was a kid, my daddy went to the store to get cigarettes and never came back. When I was a kid, I got shot 3 times before I got in the third grade. Like we get into these like hood poverty struggle Olympics, and we really somehow feel that people that did not go through that much pain, that they didn't really have a unique, authentic black experience. And I don't like that. I don't like that amount of pain. That's not fun. I mean, sure, pain can build resilience, pain can make you hungry, pain can make you strong, but there's a certain point where pain only breeds trauma. Pain only breeds like dysfunction and psychological triggers and mental illness. And so the mental health issues are everywhere in the community, largely because we just think that black pain is supposed to happen. And I don't think that that's true. I don't think we should be inheriting pain. I also don't think that we should be passing pain on. So part of the reason, and I'm going to close on this point, part of the reason we do economic awareness and financial consciousness training is because my goal is to just say, let's become conscious about all the little things we do that we don't even think about. I owe this class idea primarily to talks with my wife because she was helping me really understand two things that she helped me understand that led to a shift in how I talk about economics. One is she's a specialist, she's certified in trauma. And she was showing me all the studies that show me how bad trauma affects you. Trauma will destroy your economics, trauma will destroy your relationships, trauma will destroy your mental health, and it destroys your physical health. Traumatized people die younger than people who are not traumatized. And in America, you're already served a big bowl of trauma that just comes from being black. You're already going to be traumatized when you go in places and you think you're going to be treated like everybody else, and then they mistreat you because you're black. That's traumatic. It's very hurtful. It's very painful. It's hard to let that go. Right. That's the first thing. The second thing that she said that really got to me was when she started talking about the subconscious mind and how deep the programming is and all the different ways that the subconscious mind is programmed through symbolism and repetition and trauma. That's another pathway to the subconscious mind. And I said, okay, I get it now. We're just all hypnotized. We're all brainwashed. That's why we don't change our behavior. That's why we don't change our habits. So I said, okay, let's have a wake up call every morning at 10 a.m. My goal is to be your financial cup of coffee. I want to wake you up, I want to slap you, pull your ass out of bed, and we're gonna get in here. We're gonna become conscious. So literally, that's what we do. We've been doing it consistently. I'm gonna keep on doing it. So if you're here, I'm gonna be here with you. So God bless all of you that are going on this journey with me. I am so humbled and happy that you're trusting me to share this with you, and I'm also honored that I get to be a part of this with you. Okay. So anyway, I gotta go, guys. I'm about to get out of here and get to getting on some other stuff we got to do. If you want to take a look at our Black Wealth Mastery store, if you go there, it's drboycebooks.com. If you scroll through it and see some stuff that you like, we'd appreciate it if you would just consider something that might help you because we have a lot of resources there. So drboycebooks.com. You can use the code word book club, all one word, and you get 30% off anything in the store. I think the convention tickets are even there too. So if you use the code word book club, it takes 30% off anything in the store. Also, if you want to take a look at our flashcards for kids or our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, things like that, you can go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right, guys, I'm out of here. And and last but not least, I want to remind you, for those that don't know, if you're not on the text list where I text you the reminder when we meet every morning for class, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. If you live in another country and you cannot do that, just go to drboyceelevate.com, drboyceelevate.com, because I know some of you live in other countries and you want to be here too. So they stopped protecting the family, if they stopped nurturing for a week, if they just stopped, loving us for just a few days, we would die, we would perish And so happy Mother's Day to everybody. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And motherhood means a lot to me just because my mother chose to be a mother when in a society that, a lot of times tells women, why would you want to be a mother? That's the kids are a pain in the butt and they're no fun. And all that's true. Kids are a pain in the butt. I know I was. And my mother chose to give birth to me. She gave birth to me even though she did not have much money. My mother was dead broke and poor. And let me just tell you what, the reason I respect the black church is because the reason I'm standing here in front of you today is because what my 16-year-old mother did, she was 16 when she got pregnant, 17 when I was born, is she went to church and she was just, the pastor started preaching. She's sitting there crying. Nobody knows why she's crying, but she's crying because she's secretly pregnant. She's pregnant and couldn't tell anybody because y'all know how mean we can be to young mothers sometimes. You call them names and all this other stuff without realizing that they're carrying a gift from God. And so she went up to the altar and she's just praying. She's on her knees, just praying and praying and praying. And even when everybody gets up and walks back to their seat, my mother's still on her knees praying because she's scared. She's got this baby coming. And that was when she said she just gave me to God. She said, God, I'm going to give you this baby because I don't know what to do. I have faith in you and that I'm giving him to you right now. And so my whole life, maybe, who knows, maybe it creates like a heightened sense of importance in terms of my purpose, feeling like my purpose was given to me in a special way. But I really feel like I really feel like I'm on this mission from God. Like I feel like I was given to the world from God through my mother. And so Mother's Day, when I talk about Mother's Day, I'm talking about it from the core of my gut. And I will fight any man to the ends of the earth who feels that black mothers should be disrespected because that's why we all exist, and I think that that's one of the most sacred things in the universe. And I want to say happy Mother's Day to every mother that gave life to their children, because again, you didn't have to do this. My mother easily could have went to Planned Parenthood and ended the whole nightmare right then. White folks always want to give us these simple solutions to our problems. And no disrespect for anybody that's made a different choice. I'm not here to make it political, but I will say that I do have a little bit of a bias because if she had not had what we talk about here, if she did not have financial consciousness, and what I mean is, but it wasn't really just financial, it was a level of consciousness where you can see beyond the here and now. When we talk about financial consciousness, we're talking about it in terms of investing. But remember, I've told you all that most of the time, investments don't have anything to do with money. Your greatest investments typically have nothing to do with money. Let me know if you get this. Give me a yes if you're following this. Most of your investments are investments of love. Most of they're investments in people. They're investments in those little nappy head babies you got. Where you think that they're a pain in the butt, but guess what? Guess who's going to be changing your diaper when you're 85 years old, 90 years old? It's those little kids that you're either neglecting or you're pouring into. Do you understand? That's an investment. Do you understand? So what I need you to understand is that my mother's ability to have the consciousness that we discuss every week in this class. Pay attention. I want y'all to really, really follow this. I'm not just doing this just to talk about my mama or just because it's Mother's Day. I told you that's what financial consciousness is. It drives me these streams of consciousness. Process this. If all my mother was able to see, if she was only conscious of what was going on in her life in 1971, then I would not be here today. My mother maybe she wouldn't have any kids. Maybe, I definitely wouldn't be here. And I've been a massive blessing to my mother. I paid off my mama's house. She wanted to pay the house off. I said, let me write the damn check right now because I owe you. Do you understand? So what I'm saying to you is that it's that consciousness that allowed her to do that. Maybe it's God consciousness. Maybe, again, this is why I think consciousness is very metaphysical. It connects you and wires you into the universe. When you're wired to the universe, you are wired to God. And my mother's God consciousness, and they say that actually, specifically speaking, God lives in the sixth dimension. I won't go into the mathematics of that, but I thought about that because we talked about dimensions a lot when I was teaching math at the University of Kentucky, and I really believe God lives in about the sixth dimension. The sixth dimension is when you see all of everything that does exist, could exist, might have existed, all that. So that God consciousness, that connection to God my mother had, that allowed her to at least understand that, look, the rest of your life is not going to be 1971. You're not going to be a 17, 16-year-old kid for the rest of your life. These difficult times you're experiencing, that is your reality in the here and now. And I want you to really process this. I want you to think about how many people miss opportunities when it comes to wealth or anything, relationships or anything, because they can't see past the moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? I really want you to make the connection. I want you to connect the dots here. People that tend to do well financially and otherwise are simply people that can see further down the road. And what these people have is they have a higher level of consciousness. Just like I was explaining to you, if I'm in a car and I'm on the freeway and I'm in bumper to bumper traffic, my vision is very limited. All I can see, I can't see past the cars in front of me. And also I can't see what's off of this road. All I see is the highway and the car in front of me. Like all those thousands of times I drove from Louisville to Lexington, Kentucky to go to college, all I could see was one highway, and that was all I knew. And then one day with my flight instructor, we took a flight to from Louisville to Lexington, the same route I traveled thousands of times. And literally, I saw stuff I had never seen before. 99% of what I saw that morning is stuff I'd never seen before. And it opened my eyes to say, oh my God, there's so much more here that I'd never knew. But I didn't know there was a big canyon in the middle that was this beautiful with the big fog coming out of the canyon. Like it looked like smoke was coming out. It was because it's early in the morning. The most beautiful thing I'd ever, the sun's rising over it. I said, oh my God, this is amazing. So what I'm saying to you is that even when I think about Mother's Day and my mother and her decision to hand me to God and her ability to at least understand that her life wasn't always going to be, you know, what it was at that moment, that's literally financial. That's a version of financial consciousness. She knew that her financial situation wasn't always going to be what it is, and so the idea of getting rid of the life inside your body because you're having temporary financial problems was not necessarily the right move for her. In fact, they even when they talk about people taking their own lives, I remember I heard somebody say this, in some ad. They said that they use the S word. I don't like to use it because I don't want to make anybody sad today. But when someone takes their own life, they said that is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And a lot of people make permanent solutions to temporary problems, and they pick solutions that don't work. For example, in the 2007 2008 financial crash, which was literally a gift from God. It was an opportunity to buy stock for $30 that was going to be worth $200 just a couple of years later. A lot of people took a permanent solution to a temporary problem. They saw the crash that was right in front of them, what was happening right now. And what did they do? They sold their stock. Millions of black people sold their stock. They said, I got to get out of this market because if I stay here, I'm going to keep on losing money. It's going to be bad. The people who had consciousness, financial consciousness, said this too shall pass. They said that this day, what's happening right now, Tuesday, January 8th or whatever, 2007, it's not always going to be 2007. We're going to get past this. It's going to be fine. The market's going to recover. Back during that time when I was trying to go on the radio and talk about economic intelligence to the black community, which at that time it wasn't very popular. Now everybody's talking about it. I'm very happy about that. At that time, nobody was doing it. I remember saying that there's no time in history where the stock market has crashed and never recovered. There's no time in history where the market has went down and did not come back up. So what are you afraid of? What are you worried about? Why are you allowing your fear to make you so irrational that you are trapped in the moment and you're going to throw away a massive economic opportunity because you're scared right now? So if you want to translate that to a Mother's Day message involving specifically the mother of Boyce Watkins, I applaud my mother, and my mother and I have had this conversation. When I was sitting in the hospital with her um, in downtown Louisville, when we'd gotten that horrible cancer diagnosis, which she beat the cancer, thank God, right? And we were in our darkest moment, and she just gotten out of the surgery, and we didn't know if she was going to make it, and we were just doing a prayer together. And I told my mother, I said, I'm gonna be here with you, just like the day I was born. Me and you, we were in downtown Louisville, and it was me and you and the nurse, the white nurse. Nobody else was there. My father was not there. My relatives were not there. I had nobody there and you were there for me at that time. I said, I'm gonna be right here with you, no matter what happens. So make those investments and be conscious of the bigger picture. Always remember there's something else coming after this. When something bad happens, this too shall pass. When something good happens, this too shall pass. So when the good times are coming, you prepare for the bad times. When the bad times are happening, you prepare for the good. Do you get what I'm saying? I think this is a great way to connect Mother's Day. And again, my sincere affection and love and appreciation for every mother out here doing their job, because I know that there are people out there that don't make it easy. I want to apologize on behalf of the men that are just mean, that just say mean things, because they've been hurt and they've gone through their experience, and they just don't have good things to say about black women and black mothers, and they don't I don't think they have a full understanding of what we've all gone through and how it's affected us. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing your job and investing in people like us. If my mother had protected me, do you understand what would have happened to me in that school system if my mother had not stood up for me? When those white ladies wanted to put me on medication, put me in special ed, all kinds hold me back, kick me out, all these other things. It was my mother who was that first line of defense. My father was very important too. Don't get me wrong. We're going to hit that on Father's Day for sure. For sure. My father's a hero to me because he didn't have to take care of me. I wasn't his biological son. But my mother, shoot, my mother was in there fighting with them teachers, So for all those mothers that are doing it, I want to encourage you, because here's the thing: it wasn't easy. It was really hard. My mother, I did not make it easy for her. I was a rough child to keep up with. I can't be controlled by white folks. I've never been able to be controlled by anybody. So my mama couldn't control me either. So some of y'all got those little warriors in your house, those very strong young men that are strong headed, know what they want out of life, and that's a wild Bronco that has to be managed. But if you love that Bronco, he's going to be loyal to you forever. And if you raise these kids properly, if we invest in them the way we should, you teach them wealth. We follow the Black Wealth Master Plan with these children. Learn to start a business by the age of 12, own stock by the age of 5. Be in a position to buy their first property by the age of 21 because you've done the $5 a day plan for several years for them. Guess what? That wealthy little outrageous kid with the big mouth and all the energy that was very hard for you to manage and control is going to go out here and kick the world in its ass, and he's going to go conquer. He's going to be like this ferocious lion that's going to go out and he's going to go and hunt and kill, and everything he kills and hunts, he's going to bring it back to his mama. He's going to bring it back to the people that he loves, the people that looked out for him when he was a little cub. And that's what I do. I go through the world. I am not a scared man. I was raised by a soldier. You will never punk me. I'm not scared of nothing. And so what I've done my whole life is I've gone out and I've hunted and I have killed, and I bring it all back to my mama and say, "Mama, what do you want? What do you need from me right now?" So invest in people. Your investments in people are far more significant than any investment you'll ever make in money. And I know some people may not get it. Some people think I'm being hoity-toity about it, or I'm talking about stuff that's aloof and disconnected from money. No, this is more important than money, because what you got to understand is that even during slavery, people were a source of wealth. Black people were a massive economic base for white America. We built this country. We were the ones. They you could get a did you know you could get a mortgage on slaves? If you had a bunch of healthy slaves, you could literally take that as collateral and go to the bank and say, "I got all this wealth." And they say, "Well, what is your wealth?" "Well, I own these people. I have these people that will do what I tell them to do." And they say, "Oh, well, you're a very rich man because you got people." Do you understand? So a lot of y'all are rich and you don't even know it. A lot of you are very wealthy and you don't even know it. Now, by the way, Virginia says there's no sound. Can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. I want to make sure my audio's coming through okay. Give me a yes if the audio's coming through all right. Okay, so let's get back to that point. Thank you. I'm sorry, Virginia. I don't know what's happening on your end. Maybe you got a reboot or something like that. But literally, a lot of you are millionaires and don't even know it. If you got 4 or 5 kids, and those little minds can be molded to be what you want them to be, that's a source of wealth. But just like any other asset, it has to be managed properly. Assets have to be managed. In fact, let me go into another stream of consciousness on this. And I decided today I was going to answer a few of your questions. And also, by the way, I'm going to give you guys a list of stocks that you can buy for under $10. I'm going to put this list in the chat. And also, if you don't see it or you don't get it, if you text the word stock to 87948, I'm going to send it out on that list later on today. Just some of you have seen this list before. but some of you are new and maybe you've never gotten it. But if you want to get started investing, here's a list of stocks you can buy for under $10 because I know some of us feel a little bit safer buying cheaper, less expensive stocks. So let me put this in here. So let me go into another aspect of my stream of consciousness. All right. So yesterday, my wife and I went to see this play in downtown Chicago at this theater called the Steppenwolf, and it was directed by Felicia Rashad, and it was a play that was written by a guy named Brandon Gordon Jenkins, is that right, babe? Yeah, so Brandon Jordan Jenkins or something like that. A brilliant young playwright who was a finalist for Pulitzer stuff like that. And I see Antoinette's already saw the play. Yeah, it's called Purpose, and it was really good. And it didn't take me long to realize that the play was a reflection of on the family of Reverend Jesse Jackson. I picked up on that pretty quickly that it was sort of reflecting on this family and I guess what challenges they had. I mean, there were so many similarities you could easily tell. Like the patriarch was an old school civil rights leader, the who had some babies out of wedlock. The son was bipolar and he'd just gone to prison. His wife was going to go to prison. That happened to Reverend Jesse Jackson's family. His son and his son's wife, Sandy, both went to prison for some political stuff. And anyway, so I was watching this play and it was really, really good, right? It was really great. The acting was superb. The directing was amazing. The writing was extraordinarily good. But for me, it affected me a little bit because I do know the Jackson family and I know the sister Santita really, really well. And I remember Santita telling me stories about how tough it was to be the child of Jesse Jackson, right? She talked about just thinking, literally expecting that her father would get killed, just like her daddy's best friend, Martin Luther King. She just said, I just knew my daddy was going to get killed. And I just assumed that that was supposed to happen to all kids, that their daddies die, when they're young. And so there was a lot of trauma, a lot of tragedy, a lot of hardship that came, I think, with being part of that family. But then again, though, there were a lot of there were some mistakes for sure. And also, I think, though, at the same time, I wasn't sure how I felt about someone sort of writing a speculatory piece about someone else's family in a way that probably didn't make them very happy. I'm sure the family wasn't happy to be portrayed that way because I don't know if we're always able to be balanced in terms of sort of knowing what where we can give a little bit of grace while at the same time being honest but still kind of saying okay, this family sort of went through some things and also playing politics at the highest level is kind of a dirty game. It's kind of a dirty game in the sense that a lot of the things that I believe that the things that Jesse Jackson Jr. went to prison for, I believe that there are a lot of politicians in Chicago that do the same thing. Chicago's a very corrupt place. It's very corrupt. It's so corrupt that it's almost like you have to be corrupt to fit into this corrupt system. Like if you look at the history of Chicago, it's just been horrifically corrupt. I think we've had about three governors in Illinois that have gone to prison. That's how crazy Illinois is. It's ridiculous. And so anyway, but enough of that, right? I'm not here to speculate on the Jackson family and how they feel about this film or what they did or did not do. I can say for sure, though, I will say this. I like the play. I recommend it. It was well done, and I think it's a story worth seeing. But I don't think that we can assume we're seeing everything from an honest perspective. I'd like to hear the Jacksons family side, and I did hear it a little bit. Again, like I said, I knew some of the Jacksons and stuff like that. But I'm not here to pretend like anybody's perfect. But here's what I wanted to get to. So, in the play, and I looked up when I was watching the play, one of the things I always process is whenever I see the name of the play is called Purpose, Purpose. And whenever I watch a movie or a play, I don't really just look at the story or the characters. I want to also study the person who created all this. I want to understand the mind of the individual from which all this came. Because what happens, I find, is that a lot of playwrights and filmmakers and whatever, they speak through their characters, if you know what I mean, right? Like they will express their own issues or their own beliefs or their own political sensitivities through their characters, right? So of course, with Brandon Jacob Jenkins, I think that's his name. I read his background. He grew up in D.C. He had two parents, and his dad was a dentist, and he studied. I think he went to Juilliard and NYU, got his master's there, and I forgot what he did for undergrad. Princeton. He went to Princeton. So of course I'm watching this, right, and the play is very much in tune with a lot of the more traditional, old school family values. The pastors or the patriarch's wife is very loyal and committed to keeping the family together. The family has a lot of fallout because they've got this big shadow of a man as the main patriarch, and the sons are trying to keep up with the big image that their father created. I promise this is getting back to the economics, so just bear with me on this as I tell the story. So the father has this big shadow because he's basically he was Jesse Jackson, but he was something else. He was this famous black pastor in Chicago, who was part of the civil rights movement, whose son was bipolar and went to prison. That kind of narrows it down. And the sons, as a result of sort of living under their father's shadow, one of the sons was on the spectrum for autism because of all the hoopla around his family. He couldn't take it. The other son was just bipolar, right? So he was spending time trying to earn the approval of his dad and really kind of struggling to be the man that his father was in the eyes of other people, right? Kind of like maybe Bronny James, LeBron James' son. He's not a great basketball player like his daddy was, so he's trying. There's the pressure of keeping up with that. Michael Jordan's sons had the same problem, I suspect. So, long story short, so this was kind of the whole story and the whole narrative. But one thing that was interesting was that based on the what I read in the bio about the director, I was like, okay, I'm waiting for the white liberal ideologies to kind of come in as well, right? So I'm like, where's the gay character? Where is the character? Where's the non-traditional stuff that's going to come in that he learned in Princeton? Because a lot of people don't understand this, but universities can be, if you want it to be critical, and I taught at universities for many, many years, they can be considered to be indoctrination factories for various ideas, particularly very leftist ideas, right? And I'm not against those ideas. I think some of those ideas are okay, but what does happen is sometimes they clash with traditional black family values, right? That's the reason why Dr. Claude Anderson, one of the greatest economic thinkers since Marcus Garvey, arguably the greatest since Marcus Garvey, right up there with Garvey, has never been invited to speak at Howard University, even though he lives right down the street. I mean, I just processed that Dr. Claude Anderson, the author of Powernomics, which was considered to be the economic Bible for the black community, in 40, 50 years has never once been invited to speak at Howard University, which is supposed to be an HBCU, right? So this kind of to me exposes, because think about it, and they've had many mediocre white people speak. They paid them tens of thousands of dollars, some of them with fees as much as $100,000. They paid that with no problem. But Dr. Anderson, they wouldn't even bring him in for free, right? And so what this really says to me, and this is a reminder that sometimes the value system of white liberals is not consistent with traditional black family values. And one problem too is that when you talk about things like integration and the civil rights movement, Dr. King began to realize before he died that we were integrating into a burning house. How many of y'all remember that? Give me a guess if you remember Dr. King speaking about how we're integrating into a burning house, that there's really nothing magical about going through life as a black person saying, I want to imitate white people as much as possible. I want to be as close to white people as I can be. I want to be just like them. I want our community to be like their community, our families to be like their families. Whatever they're doing is right and whatever we're doing is wrong. I think that was the wrong way to approach integration altogether. So here's what I saw in this play that's really interesting, and I'm stretching a little bit. I admit this, but this is what I really believe. So I saw this, and here's what was going on, right? So what happened was you had the playwright. He was expressing himself, by the way. He probably, the play really could have been called issues we have with the patriarchy, right? Like basically, why we can't stand these old school black men who had strong families because they don't believe in all the things that we believe in, like the gayness and the trans stuff, and the single mamahood, being sort of all the rage and all this other stuff, or abortion, whatever. They're not in alignment with those ideas. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be. I'm not saying those things are bad. I'm not saying. I want to make it clear. Give me a yes if you understand. I'm not telling you what to believe on any of these. I'm not telling you to be pro-life or pro-choice. I'm not telling you there's anything. There's definitely, I'm definitely not going to speak negative about single mothers, right? Because we know that that's complicated, right? I want to make sure we're clear on this so that you don't think I'm telling you which side to pick. But what I'm saying is that it became pretty apparent to me that there was this sort of idea being shared in the play through the playwright, which I think I would be curious to know what his experience was with his father. I'd be curious to know what his. I looked him up and I said, I bet you. I told my wife, I said, I bet you he does not have a black wife. In fact, I wonder if the playwright has a boyfriend or whatever. No disrespect to that, right? But you're in that space. You're in that whole Juilliard playwright performing art space, and you know what it comes with, right? It's kind of a liberal space. Nothing bad about it though. We got a daughter that's all into that, so nothing bad. But they're different from, say, traditional Southern family values, like like my daddy had, right? So here's what I want to get to. Here's the point I want to get to, and this comes down to investing. When it comes to investing in people, I told my wife, I said, here's what's happening in this play. And I think it makes sense based on the situation. So you're Jesse Jackson, and that's basically who they were portraying in this play. And you're from the South, and you have certain beliefs about family, about faith. You get married, you take care of your wife, you stay married, you raise your kids, you whatever you go out and you fight for them and you build a great life. So you've done these things, right? So now you become pretty famous. You're like Hollywood now, right? So now you got a lot of money, a lot of access, and you spent your whole life. Pay attention now. You've been fighting for this thing called integration. You've been fighting for the rights of Black people to live with white people, to go to the same schools as other people, to shop at the same businesses, to mingle with these captains of industry, right? To rub elbows with the CEO of Exxon or whatever. And then your children now, they're going to these private schools. They're living in these fancy white neighborhoods. They can go to Princeton, Yale, and Harvard, right? And what is interesting to me is what then happens though is that you are putting your children, you're trying to defend your legacy, right? Which the father could not defend. The father's biggest challenge was, my children are not continuing the legacy I started. My children are not a shadow of the man that I am. My children don't have the same values. My children are not in alignment with who I am, who my daddy was, and who my granddaddy was. I don't know who these guys are. But then if you think about this, though, process this. You spent your whole life fighting for this magical thing called integration. You want to be next to rich white people. Well, rich white people don't have the same values as hardworking traditional families from the South. They don't. They're different. They say things different. They wine and cheese parties, and everybody's sexually open, and there's 85 different genders, and like and the patriarchy's bad, and all these other things. Or yeah, you don't like somebody, you just divorce them, and you should choose to be a single mom. That's easier that way. Just whatever, right? Just these interesting ideas that are just very, very different. And that to me is one of the consequences of deep alignment with white liberalism that some of us fall into as Black people. I told my wife Alicia, I said, my belief is that if this father really wanted to defend his legacy, if him and the mother really wanted their children to be similar to them and have similar values, they should have probably educated those children themselves. They should have probably kept the children close to them, right? You got to understand. See, if you want your kids to be like you can't always just keep dropping them off at the babysitters. Because if your child's spending more time with the babysitter than they are with you, well, they're going to pick up values from the babysitter. They're gonna, if the babysitter likes basketball, your kid's gonna come home saying, I want to play basketball. Right? There's nothing wrong with playing basketball. But if you don't want, if you want them playing football, then you got to take them with you to the football field. You got to keep them close to you. Right. And I think that we've lost some of this in the sense that I think we don't understand cultural contagion well enough to realize that one of the most important investments that we need to make, going back to that investment in people and children and all that, one of the biggest investments we make with children is you got to spend time with them. If you want your kid to learn how to run the family business, you got to involve them. You got to give them opportunities to be a part of the family business. You got to talk to them about stuff. I told my wife, I said, if I had kids again right now, you know what I would do? I don't think I would do my best to never send my child to school ever with anyone. You know what I would do? I would hire a couple good tutors to travel with me and my boy, and we go do what we gonna do. I'm gonna do the Dr. Boyce Watkins thing. He's gonna be right there, right next to me every day because he's getting on the job training on what it means to continue this legacy, and he's gonna love it. He's gonna be like The Rock. You know, The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, he went into WWE, and there's video of The Rock when he's 13 at his daddy's WWE events. His daddy was a WWE wrestler too. I don't know what he called himself. Maybe he called himself the Pebble or something. I have no idea. But anyway, but The Rock's father was this big, bulky wrestler, and you can see his 13-year-old son at the wrestling matches with his dad, like looking up in this admiration, like, I want to be like him. You understand? So I really thought about this, and I said, Rocky Johnson, thank you. So he was Rock, so the Rocky and then the Rock. Okay, that makes more sense. He probably wasn't the Pebble. The Pebble sounds kind of wimpy, right? But still, though, I personally think that if you want your children to continue the legacy, you've got to stop worshiping other people. You've got to stop sort of believing, and this is not a criticism to the Jackson family at all, because I told you I know some of them. I liked them. They were always nice to me. I know it's complicated. I get it, but still, they were very sweet to me. So I'm never ever going to say anything negative about those folks. You know, Reverend Jackson, he was always very kind. He gave me one of the best compliments. He literally told me on the phone in 2009. He said, if Dr. King were around, he'd be quoting you every day, Dr. Watkins. He'd be quoting you. And I don't know if he was just being flattering, but that was kind of like, whoa, Jesse Jackson just said that. That's cool, right? But anyway, but with that being said, though, I kind of think that we'd have to sort of, if you really want the children to connect to what you're doing and who you are and to take what you're doing to the next level, I think you have to work really hard to help them see how important the work is that you're doing. Like I mean, really, like it's like if I really believe that my family business is really important, then why would I be like, oh yeah, I want to send my kid off to, to Princeton and to go work for IBM or whatever. No, working with me is important too. I'm your dad, I'm your mother, whatever. Like this is important also because this is our family legacy. Pouring into what we have is just as important as pouring into what they have. I'm gonna support you no matter what. I'm not gonna force you to do anything, but I want you to really see why this matters and where the benefits are. Because do you know when I was in Baltimore, I remember they were showing me around Baltimore and they showed me this abandoned strip mall that looked like it was just kind of dilapidated and everything else. There was not a single operating business in this strip mall. And he said, this area used to be full of booming black businesses. And I've heard this story many, many times. 18th Street in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, same thing. 18th Street, I mean, it doesn't even look like a place where you would ever expect to see any significant black business being done. But in the 1940s and 1950s, booming nightclubs, restaurants, everything else, right? And the same thing was true here, right? And he said, and what he said was that there was, he said the problem was that a lot of the kids didn't want to run their parents' businesses because their parents, what they thought they were working hard for was integration. They thought that they said, I'm working hard in this business so I can send you to college and I can send you to all these places where you can get invited to what I consider to be the tables of power. And I think that that's incorrect. I think really to the core of my soul that the dominant educator of black children should really be black people. And I believe that in 2024, we have the best opportunity in history to take the mantle of educating black children. I really do. I really believe that a parent who simply sits with their child for 3 or 4 hours a day, doesn't even have to be the whole day, 3 or 4 hours a day on the internet, and has them go through lessons and learning things and understanding how the world works, I believe that child will have a better education than a kid who goes to a place like Chicago Public Schools where 70-80% of the black children are coming out and they can't even read or do math at grade level. I just believe that. And I also believe it's not just important in terms of the quality of the education and skill, but it's really about the value system that gets injected into the child. You see, if my values are wrong, it doesn't matter how smart I am. If my values are corrupted, it doesn't matter how well trained I am. It doesn't matter how skilled I am. It doesn't matter how good I am at anything. If my values are incorrect, then that means that the bigger the weapon you give me, the bigger the gun you give me, the more I'm going to use that gun to kill people I love. I'm going to take that gun, I'm going to point it and shoot it in my mother's face because you didn't understand that it's not how powerful my gun is, it's where I decide to aim the damn thing. It's not what I have, it's what I do with it. And I want you to process this, right? I saw a great woman at Spelman who gave a speech where she talked about the fact that black faces in high places will never save us. And I want you to really think about how many high-powered black people we have who have risen to the heights of power, sit at the halls of power, tables of power, but literally would never in a million years ever think to use that power to actually do anything for the community from which they came. I know someone who works at a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund or something, and he said we just hired a black woman that's going to head this department, and she's in charge of a budget in the billions. And I said, well, what kind of black person is she? Is she black or is she really black? And he said, oh, she's just black. She's not really black. And I looked up, I Google searched her, looked at her bio, and everything was just about as racially ambiguous as you would ever find. There was nothing that I saw in her history that said, okay, she's really like down for the cause. But then again, you have to think about America, right? Would she, if she was that kind of a black person, right? Would she even be in the position that she's in? The answer is probably no. It's probably no. I mean, really, if you're a happy white guy and you're running this company and you want to hire black people, why in the hell would you hire a Boyce Watkins? I wouldn't hire me if I were white. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't, because I'm gonna come up in there and I'm gonna redirect the whole ship. I'm gonna be like, we're gonna turn this sucker around. We're gonna do some reparations right now. We got some stuff, we got some important business to handle, and that's not super popular, right? Because we don't necessarily have the numbers to be able to justify a major corporation really inserting that much energy into the black community. I get that. I understand that. But what we have to do is I think that we can learn something from the Jewish community, though. I think we can learn something from the Jewish community because the Jewish community, again, as much as I'm gonna tell you the honest God truth, I'm not a big fan of what's happening in the Middle East. I'm also not a big fan of this. I kind of think it's funny that anytime you criticize anything they do, they always call it anti-Semitism. But I think that's like the ultimate hustle. That shows the power. The power is like, no, we're so powerful financially that we're going to just change laws so that anytime you say something that we don't like, we're just going to label you as anti-Semitic, and that's going to get you in trouble, right? And I think they're going to legislate that at some point because 93 out of 100 senators all get money from AIPAC, which is the lobby for Israel and all that, right? Which is fine. That's another conversation for another day. Not complaining about that. I'd rather focus on us. But what I think we can learn though from this is the following. That particular group of people is only about maybe 2.3% of the population. We're like 13%. They're like 2.3%. And to see a group that's that small accumulate that much independent economic power is absolutely mind-boggling. It is fascinating. It's like, you know what? I don't agree with you. Some of the stuff you do gets on my nerves. I kind of respect that. How did you do that? Seriously, I really think there has to be a moment where you stop getting mad about it and kind of say, man, let's reverse engineer this. Let's understand this. And let me just tell you, I've spent some time thinking about this. I really have. And one of the things I think that's really critical that's happened here is they've done a great job of integrating, but they're integrating from a position of power. See, they always wanted to integrate. They even wanted to assimilate. They wanted to assimilate. They're like, we want people to like us and to let us become part of whatever. So they did a lot of what we did. I think the difference was though that they came in with a type of intentionality that maybe we can learn from. Now, again, though, our situation's different, right? We were kind of the hated group. We were hated more than anybody, but there were a lot of people who didn't like Jewish people either. If you go back, you'll see where they have signs that say, no dogs and no Jews, stuff like that, right? So this was a real reality for them too, right? But again, I don't compare. I don't want to get into the oppression Olympics, like who went through the worst or whatever. I think that what we went through dominates anybody and everybody else. I really do. It was longer. It was more dramatic. It was a bigger theft. It killed culture. It killed a lot of things. Right. Let's start there. But here's the thing I want you to kind of think about though, is that when we're integrating, like if you think about the Great Black Migration, where we all went from the South up to the North and to California, what were we looking for? What were we looking to do? Why did answer me in the chat? It's one word. It starts with the letter J. Why did millions of black people migrate from the South to South Central California or Compton to New York to the North to Detroit, Chicago? Why were they moving north? Jobs. It was all about getting jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And I wonder what would have happened if we integrated from just with a different kind of mindset that says, yeah, I might start with a job, but my ultimate goal is to get a capital base. My ultimate goal is to own something. My ultimate goal is to have wealth and property and assets. Like what if I had a time machine and I went back to 100 years ago to 1924 and I was speaking on the radio every single day. I'm a time traveler. This guy Boyce Watkins that came out of nowhere, but I really traveled from the year 2024 and every single day I speak to them the same way I speak to you. And this time, instead of my contemporaries being who they are, they're W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and a lot of other people. And I'm just sort of doing this every single day. And let's say that there were a million people who understood the things that I'm talking to you guys about right now, which is the importance of having a capital base and how a capital base, if you have those assets to manage, that gives you freedom, that gives you mobility, that gives you the ability to get things done. And then also we worked on relationships so we could do things in a collaborative fashion and truly practice powernomics because we have the ability to work as a group. And then also at that time, we had more stable families. People got married, they stayed married. The children were more influenced by the parents. You also remember you didn't have integration at that time. So black people had to work with other black people. Black people had to they have these communities where you had the doctor, the lawyer, the dentist, the garbage man, and the maid all living in the same neighborhood. So it created a different kind of community. So you had communities, you had families, you had churches, you had people that really wanted to be on the same page because they kind of had a common adversary, which was the oppression that they were dealing with. I really think that when the 1960s came along and somebody said, we're going to desegregate, there could have been a greater conversation about the fact that desegregation is different from integration. That desegregation means that we don't have to be separate. We can mix if we want to, but we don't have to do that. We still want to have a little something of our own. We still want to own some assets that belong to us. We want to do what the Italians did when they went and they created Bank of America and turned that into a massive Italian power play. Y'all don't even know that the Bank of America was connected to the Bank of Italy. That ultimately it was an Italian family that came together and sort of made things happen. Or if you just looked all throughout the country and just what different mafia families did, Donald Trump, that's one of his histories of corruption is he did a lot of business with the mob because to be realistic in the 1970s to do $400 million construction projects you had to talk to the mafia. They controlled the labor unions and the construction workers and all this other stuff. If you didn't talk to them, then they would shut your whole operation down. So effectively, you've had these families and these groups, a lot of immigrant groups that have been able to integrate, but still separate just enough to make sure that they had some sort of a capital base, some sort of a base of operational power that solely belonged to them. I feel that with us, we kind of went deep into the whole like integrate with jobs sort of thing. And that really diluted a lot of our power because in America, if you integrate as an employee, you're not going to have a lot of power in this country. And that's really if you're white, black, Asian, or anything. America is not a country where employees have a lot of the power. America is not a country where consumers have a lot of the power. America is not a country where renters have a lot of the power. The power belongs to the people that own capital, right? So effectively, what I thought about with this play purpose was I said, if number one, if the patriarch really wanted his children to follow his legacy, I think that maybe a deeper investment in the children, keeping them close to you and next to you, would have done a little bit more to make sure that they understand why the work that you're doing is very important. We tend to think things are important if we're exposed to them. Like for example, my father was a cop. And I respect good cops because I saw what my father went through. I saw, it's hard to have your father in a profession where he could die any day. My father's had to kill people to stay alive to protect others, right? So he was a cop, but here's the thing: he kept me away from what he did as a cop. He never took me out in the streets with him. He never took me on a beat. He didn't take me to the office. I didn't even know where his office was located, and that was because he did not want me to do what he was doing. He did not feel that being a police officer was as noble of an outcome for his son as, say, becoming a finance professor or a lawyer or a doctor. So what did I do? Well, I did what Daddy said. I went off to college and became a college boy, and I became somewhat different from my father. I come home and I got a big stack of books on econometrics and mathematics, and he's laughing because I can't fix the sink. I don't know how to. My father built a whole extension to the house. He has all these skills in home building that I never learned because he was so busy pushing me in the direction he wanted me to go. It was almost like I'm nobody. I want you to be better than me. And I think that that's kind of what we believe. We want our kids to be better than us. But then again, it kind of makes me think like, well, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I mean, you're a good person. Most of you are, I assume, right? Because you're here. I like you. You're hardworking. You're focused. You're a learner. You're clearly a learner because you're sitting and you're coming to see me every morning, and you don't have to do this. You could be doing anything. It's a Sunday morning. What's wrong with you? And who really taught you that those white people in fancy offices are better than you? What? Because they got more money than you? Who cares? Is that your only metric? If having more money automatically makes a person better than you, then you should probably just become a white supremacist. You should probably just sign up for the Klan right now because white people have all the money. They have all the money. You can dress anything up with money. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. You can put lipstick and perfume on the pig, but that does not make that pig into Miss America. Money dresses things up. Money covers things up. Money makes something beautiful that's actually ugly and nasty. It makes something seem healthy that's actually toxic. It makes things look good that are actually evil to the core. And they'd say, "Oh, well, people are simple-minded. Their consciousness isn't very high, so we're just going to dress it up with money. We're going to take debaucherous, horrific, self-destructive behavior coming out of some ignorant drug addict who maybe worships the devil, and we're just going to put a lot of money around it, and that's going to make people admire that person and say, oh my God, you're so successful, you should come and talk to the kids at our elementary school. And nobody really stops to say, wait a minute, that doesn't know. See, so the point is to say that you can't just assume that because somebody's got more money than you that they're better than you. And I just ask you, like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your kids looking at you and saying, I want to be like my dad. I want to be like or I want to be a better version of my dad. I want to be a better version of my mom. Do you understand? Maybe I don't want to be exactly like them, but I want to be a better version. Now, mind you, I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of glad my father didn't guide me to being a cop because that was a dangerous job. But maybe he could have guided me to something. He could have at least taught me how to fix stuff around the house. I would have loved to hang out with him and learn how to, do the plumbing and put up the walls and everything. I don't know how to do any of that, right? So really what I would just say to you is that when we bought into the integration myth, where we're shipping our children away, so they can be, so they can go digest values and culture from others that we admire more than ourselves, that often backfires because then when the person comes back and you say, I built this legacy. I've been working my butt off to build this family business, the business that put you through college. I need somebody to help me now. Well, your kid's not going to be interested. They're going to be like, no, I'm going to go work with the white people because they got nicer stuff. And that's just more fun for me. And so again, if I could do it over again and I have kids, I would have about 6 kids, and all 6 of those kids will be kicking it with me every single day, every chance I got. Now, because I'm a busy man and I don't want to spend the whole day just teaching kids, I would hire like a couple of tutors and make sure those kids were learning at the highest levels. And then every time I took a trip, I would take them with me and we would educate ourselves through the world. Because remember, everything that's in a book is nothing more than a printing of things that are happening in the world. So the book is a replica of the world. It's a digest. It's like when I make a pill and it comes from a certain type of herb that comes out of a tree, right? The pill is just a reflection of what's already in nature. Do you understand? So the book, what you read in a textbook in school, is just sort of an artificial, almost virtual reality version of what you see in the world. So why not educate your children by taking them around the country with you as you are building your business or doing whatever it is that you're doing, or taking them with you every day to the shop, or taking them with you every day when you're doing negotiating contracts and all this other stuff. And then what you'll find is not just that they're going to learn a hell of a lot more, but you're going to be a whole lot more closer, and they're going to align with your values. So when I saw that show Purpose, or that really great play Purpose, I said, um, don't get me wrong. I don't think anybody's perfect, and I'm not going to say that they were off point in terms of the challenge of living under the shadow of a great black man like Jesse Jackson. But I said, I really think if I was him and I wanted my sons to really carry on my legacy, I would understand the importance of training them on just what is required to be a Jesse Jackson. You can't just tell them, you got to show them. You got to put them through the fire. They got to go through, you have to simulate enough pressure that it will match the amount of pressure that you had to go through to become the great man that you are. A lot of y'all are great. A lot of you, seriously, raise your hand, brag about yourself as you. A lot of y'all have overcome a lot. A lot of you started from the bottom, now you're here. You started from with poverty and trauma and chaos around you, and you built a better life for yourself. You should be very proud of that. I think that's amazing. And I want you to reflect on, again, consciousness exercise. I want you to reflect on just how hard that was. Right? How many times you had to damn near hit rock bottom, go through the pits of hell, go through extraordinary pain in order to get to where you are. And the problem with your kids is your kids are not going to go through any of that pain. So they're not getting the high level training that you're getting. You got put through God's training camp, and somehow somebody told you that that was bad. And I don't think it's bad. I look at my life and I look at all the horrible things that happened, and I'm not saying I want everybody to go through that, but shit, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did, because I learned that if you have the right attitude and you fight through whatever you're dealing with, it's only going to make you stronger. It's only going to make you better. So even your pain is a blessing. Your pain, your challenges, your struggles are opportunities, opportunities for growth. But we live in a wimpy ass world. I'm sorry, I think we live in a world that's soft. We live in a world where they all the kids play, all the kids compete, and everybody gets a trophy like they all won first place. They don't all shouldn't get first place. Maybe you get a participation sticker or something, right? For getting eighth place, that's fine. We love you too. But the kid that put in the extra work, I think, should get an extra reward. So really, I just personally think that some of what we're seeing, everything that's progressive isn't always good. And I would encourage you to, as you invest in yourself and invest in your family and invest in the people around you, pick your own standards and be comfortable with that. Be honest with that. But also remember that a lot of these things that they do address, like the things they address in the movie Purpose, are things that you might address in therapy that involve healing. Like, for example, the patriarch was very dismissive of what his sons were going through. He didn't believe it. He didn't care. He wasn't empathetic. Well, those are skills that I do think that someone from that old school, traditional, heavily traumatized background can learn that will make his family better. So I think you could be a great leader, but still be a good person at the same time. But I think it requires a commitment to all these things, the commitment to really even knowing what a great leader is. A lot of people don't even know what a great leader is. They think that for men, being a great leader means being the alpha male, like I'm going to just dominate and dismiss everybody and crush everybody and oppress everybody. That's not how you lead a group. That's not how you run a family. That's not how you get true loyalty from the people that are supposed to follow you. It's supposed to be a give and a take. It's supposed to be an ecosystem, just like economics. I talk to you all the time about recursive economics and how economics is an ecosystem. I give to you, you give to me. I pour into you, you pour into me, right? And not understanding that and thinking it's all about me and I get to be the family narcissist and everyone else must just circle around me and bow. That's not appropriate. That's not going to work. You're going to hurt a lot of people in that process, and they're not going to be loyal to you. They're going to secretly hate your guts because you're not even listening to how they feel. And I think that all these things can be incorporated into the black family. So not every progressive idea is bad. My daughter, my adopted daughter, she's very progressive, and I learned a lot from her. But also, I come in as an old school Southern black man that doesn't tolerate a lot of BS, and she learns from me too. I taught her a lot about manhood. And I'm like, look, sometimes somebody got to pay the bills. Sometimes somebody's got to put their feelings to the side and go make it happen. This is what I think a man needs to show up and do. And this is how I'm going to show up. And she respects that because when she's going through it, she knows she can count on Boyce. She knows I'm not going to ball up in the corner and cry in the fetal position because things got hard. So sometimes you need that. You need all of that, right? And I think that forming your own relationship with all these things is how you're going to be successful. Don't listen to the world, listen to yourself. Because again, the fact that you've been coming in here every day means you're probably smarter than 70, 80% of your friends. So you're going to have to turn to higher sources in order to understand how you want to navigate the world. All right. So anyway, I hope that this conversation was beneficial. I'm going to answer a few questions before we go. And in case you don't know, in case you want me to connect the dots, in terms of what we do in financial consciousness training, as I like to talk about all the things that connect to our economics, that connect to investing. And when I talk about investing, I'm not usually talking about money. I'm talking about any scarce resource that you allocate with the goal of acquiring more in the future. So just spending time in this room is an investment. Right? And I want you to do, and I always have to go back to that because I don't want people to think that I'm just talking about any and everything. No, I'm really talking about investing. No bigger investments you're ever going to make than the investments in your family. That's going to be bigger than any financial investment you make. And it's important for you to know, especially if you don't have a lot of money. If you don't have a lot of money, you're still an investor. You're still wealthy. You still got power. You still got stuff around you. All that stuff just has to be recognized and shaped in a way that fits the image that you want to see in the world. Manifest, manifest, manifest. That's my belief. That's my message for today. All right. So what I'm going to do is answer a few of your questions. If you have any questions about anything economically related, and also here's that list again of the stocks you can buy for under $10. So we can so for some people that really want like the direct financial stuff, here's something that can help you. And also I'm going to text this out a little bit later on today. So if you don't see the link, just text the word stock to 87948. I'm going to send this out a little bit later on. Let's see. Do I think hip hop is good or bad for the black community? I think it's mixed. Hip hop is like the black church. You know, I think churches are good and churches are bad. It depends on which church you're talking about. So I think with rappers, it's like which rapper are you talking about? The good ones or the bad ones? How do I put my book on Amazon? I would go to Fiverr and just find somebody that can do it. That's what I did with my book. I literally wrote the book and then I found somebody to edit it on Fiverr, and then I found somebody to put it on Amazon on Fiverr. Fiverr is really good, and also Upwork is another great place to get people that you can hire. Make sure you check the reviews though. Let's see. If I was 29 with no kids, married, no ownership of a house, but 20K plus debt, but inherited 150K, what would I do? Okay, I would invest in like an S&P 500 index fund, maybe like the ticker symbol SPY or VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, there's something there, the $5 a day plan. Also, I would look to buy property as soon as I could. If you are paying rent, why not take that rent and put it toward a home? Now you got a little bit of capital to do that. Also, we in our prime class, we actually people with that amount of capital, you literally can make enough income every week where you can pay all your bills and not have to work ever again if you manage the money properly. So if that's of interest to you, just go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Like, so for example, if I had $100,000 or whatever, and I wanted to buy, I don't know, let's say 700 shares of Facebook stock, which might cost about 140,000 plus I could use margin and get another 140. I could off that 700 shares of Facebook stock make approximately $7,000 a month in extra income from selling the options, and it wouldn't be a highly risky investment. I could buy puts to protect my position. So ultimately, basically, when you have that kind of inheritance, $150,000, that's enough. If you know how to manage it, that's enough for you to never have to work again. Let's see here. All right, so let's see. Put your question in the Q&A section if you're inside the Zoom. If you're not on the text list, for Money in the Morning, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a reminder periodically when we meet in the morning. We meet every morning at 10 a.m. for financial consciousness training. Let's see. My husband wants to join today. CapitalSyndicate.com. I think it's a scam. What's your opinion on private lending and real estate as a moneymaker? You know what, Veronica? I'm not a fan of investments that don't have liquidity. I like liquid stuff. You know, I know people will say, oh, invest in the startup and you can make all this money. And unfortunately, it ends up feeling like a lottery ticket. I've only done illiquid investments, maybe in black owned businesses, and sometimes it's really just not worked out. And the worst part about it wasn't just when it didn't work out, but it was also the fact that it took years to find out that it wasn't going to work out. Right. So, for example, if I think about money I put into one business, I put about $50,000 into a project that was run by some black folks. and it did not work out, and I had to really work hard to get the money back. And I didn't tell anybody about it because I didn't want to embarrass them or anything. I just said, "Come on, guys, you got to do better than this." And the thing about it that I didn't like too was that it was not liquid. So I'm not telling you what to do per se, but what I will say is, if you've got say 30,000 and you go to the stock market, you can sell that asset the next day if you want to and get all your money back, right? But if you put that in some website and it's like, and definitely I wouldn't put more than like say 3 or 4% of my portfolio in any of these investments, but you put it into a website for some 5 year project, you're going to wait a long time and you may not even get a higher ROI than you would have gotten otherwise. Do we still do crypto training? You know what? If you go to drboycrypto.com, I believe there's something there, or if you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, that's support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to our crypto resources. But we have to get another crypto expert team. So that is not something I'm going to really recommend 100% until we make that next move. But we do have some other things. The Prime program is very, very active. If you go to drboyceprime.com, we sell options and make money that way. Also, we have the Black Stock Market program and things like that. Let's see here. Should you put your children on your credit card? Will this help them build credit in the future? You know what? It depends on the situation. I have to double check that, but I think that it does kind of help them build credit. But I think maybe helping them get their own card might be a good way to go. So I would maybe look into that. Um, as far as like putting them on the card, you mean like getting a card and putting their name on the card? I do believe that that does actually reflect on the credit score. That I cannot say for sure, but I do believe that it does. But you may want to double check that. What kind of entity should you create in order for a family to invest together? I think an LLC could get the job done. Just something that's structured. Okay, let's see here. Is Elon Musk programming AI worth investing in? Eh, I don't know. Elon used to be so easy to invest in, but now he's not going to dominate the EV market because the Chinese are going to do that. They kind of got him scrambling a little bit. And I guess the SpaceX stuff looks pretty good and the AI stuff is interesting. But he's also super political. So I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, so Freddie says it does reflect in the credit score. Okay, so there we go. Happy Mother's Day to Dr. Alicia. Thank you. I will tell her that. Tonila says Prime Class is so amazing and life changing. Yeah, I love it too. Because I mean, I'm in there with you. I mean, when y'all make money, I make money. When y'all lose money, I lose money. But what I focus on is the income aspect. That's literally all I think about with my options portfolio is generating the income because everybody has to pay bills. Antoinette says, "Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Is there a way to hear a replay of yesterday's introduction to stock options for beginners?" Yeah, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can get that for you. Give me a second. It's my wife. Hey, babe. Okay. Are they are they gonna call me or what? Okay. Well, tell them to call me and they can put me on the phone and I can verify that because I'm in. By the way, my class is listening to this family drama. So 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 who do I need to talk to? Yeah, they can call. Yeah, 1127. Okay. Yeah, tell them to call the hotel phone. I'll answer. All right. It's okay. Tell him to not throw away his key. All right. I'll talk to you in a little bit. All right, love you. Bye. Okay. Sorry. Thank you for giving me the space to deal with family stuff. They're gonna call me in a minute because our oldest lost his hotel room key and because they don't be keeping up with stuff. And so I gotta like verify his room because we're all on a family trip for Mother's Day weekend. That's not that anybody cares about any of this, but this is what's going on. So thank you for your patience. All right. So let's see. Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Is a way. Oh, the replay. Oh, the introduction to stock options for beginners. Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you get access to that, Antoinette. I was in the airport and unable to attend. Oh, you're part of the Prime program. Yeah, and also in the Prime program, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, that recording will be in there, drboyceprime.com. So that recording of the introduction to selling stock options that we did yesterday is there. I'm gonna try to do another one again really soon. Let's see here. Michael says, "What are the stocks I need to start buying, and how may I need to accumulate before joining the Prime program?"
In the Prime program, we have a list of what we call Dr. Boyce money makers. These are stocks that I like the most in terms of assets that can generate income, where you can sell options and generate, an amount of money that actually works and feels good. And so if you log in at drboyceprime.com, the moneymaker should be in there. And like one of the stocks I really like is Marathon Platforms right now, but I'm going to redo the grid tomorrow morning when the market's open. And so I don't know if Marathon's going to be on the list tomorrow, but I have liked that company. Sharon says, "Good morning, Doc. Have you heard of the Charles Schwab Starter Kit? If you're a first-time investor, you can open the account and they'll give you let's see, $101 of five S&P stock splices. Oh, that's great. I like that. Nice. Schwab is a good platform. I like Schwab a lot. Are money market accounts beneficial for kids accounts? Yeah, I think money markets are okay. I think because the interest rates are higher, so they pay more right now. So a lot of people are putting their money in money markets and CDs and T-bills because the rates are higher. I need to get in the Prime program with 5,000 be okay. Yeah, Agnes, you can get started with 5,000 and and then also the use of margin can expand the amount of money that you're able to make. It would probably generate, I'm guessing, like a few $100s per month in extra income. So there is a way to do that. I'd like to think of it just like starting a little business. You start a little business, you put a little money into it, and it does generate income. Like literally, you could do this on Monday, and your business would be making money on Monday. And I think that that's a more secure way to generate the cash flow from a business than what we normally do, which is throw a bunch of money out and hope for the best and have to learn 10,000 things and take classes on how to set up a landing page and websites and sales funnels and sell your product and go to seminars and all this other. I mean, you think about how much energy and money people spend just learning how to even run their business while they're losing money for the first 3 years. This is so much better because think about it, the first 2 or 3 years, you're going to put tens of thousands of dollars into this freaking thing and you may not get anything back. But I could show you where literally right now you could take if you had $20,000 or something. Um, Let me see, like right now, a person could go into I talked about marathon platforms earlier, right? So a person could literally go look at, say, a marathon platform stock and you could go and you could use margin and turn that 20,000 into say 30,000 and you could buy like let's say 2,000, let's do 2,000 shares or well let's say 1,500 shares of marathon, right? So because you also have to buy your puts to protect your position. So with 1,500 shares of marathon, if I sold my options and that expired say June 14th, I would per month be able to make about $2,600 a month by selling those options. Now, again, you have to manage the risk though, because it's a volatile stock. And like right now, it just had a bad week, but last week it had a great week. The week before it might have had a bad week. So these stocks go crazy and throw temper tantrums, but it's literally the easiest way to make money ever, right? So it's like starting a little business with, with your money and the business instantly starts generating cash. It requires no work from you whatsoever. It also is liquid. It's a liquid business. If you go out and you start a business right now as an entrepreneur, you're not going to be able to get your money back. If you decide 6 months in, I want to sell my business, who's going to buy it? Who's going to give you all the money that you put into that business? Nobody, right? Because there's no market for it, right? But for stocks, it's a massive market with thousands of participants ready to buy your business back from you at any moment. And so not only do I like this better than starting a business, I actually like it much better than real estate because think about it. The example I just gave you with Marathon, I was able to take about a $20,000 investment, maybe slightly more, whatever, and literally buy a property that can generate me almost about approximately $2,500 a month in income. What kind of house would I have to buy in real estate to generate 2,500 a month? I'd have to buy maybe a $400,000 property to do that, right? And then also it comes with a lot of work, a lot of expenses, and a lot of headaches, and a lot of administrative bureaucracy stuff. It's also not very liquid. Real estate takes a long time to sell. I don't hate real estate, don't get me wrong, but my wife and I are divesting away from real estate and moving toward stock options because it's just an easier, better way to generate cash flow. And we're at a point where we don't want a whole lot of headaches. We don't want a whole lot of extra work. We like chilling. We want to we want to get we want to move out of the house. We want to get these kids out the house, get us a nice place where it's just me and her. And and live our lives. We're not trying to just work all day long unless it's something that we really enjoy. Okay, so let's see. A couple more questions. What do you think about Fiverr stock? I didn't even know Fiverr was publicly traded. Fiverr's publicly traded? Really? Let me see. Fiverr International. Look at that. I did not know Fiverr was publicly traded. Um, I mean, the stock hasn't done very well. It's kind of gone down. Last year, it's gone down 23%. That's not good. Um, so if you believe that the dip is good, worth buying into, you could. I know the third quarter of last year they lost a lot of money. Sorry, the third quarter of 2022. I don't know why they had such a big loss. And they've been losing money pretty consistently. So you got to be really careful about companies that are losing money because if the banks ever freeze up and stop loaning them money, then they're going to be in big trouble. But, I don't know. I mean, if you believe that the company is one that is going to eventually find its way to profitability, then it could be worth buying. But remember, you don't want to put too much energy into one company. You want to just, if you like it, add it to your portfolio and move on. Would I add it? I mean, it doesn't stand out to me in any special way, but if I bought it, I wouldn't feel like I was stupid, especially given that the stock's taken a little bit of a dip recently. It looks like the last 3 months has dropped by 20% in the last week. So, or the last week has actually gone up a lot, 11%. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really excited about it, but I don't hate it. Let's see. What are the benefits of money market accounts for kids? Just getting them in the habit of seeing compound interest, getting them in the habit of saving, putting money aside for their future. I think that's really important. My grandmother used to buy me savings bonds back when interest rates were much higher, and that's just a great habit to get kids into, so they can understand compound interest when they're young. Just remember that teaching economics to kids does not have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be a full class. It doesn't have to be crazy long lectures. It could literally just be simple stuff like, here, I bought you this savings bond or this CD, and it's only worth $100 now, but it'll be worth $200 in 5 years or whatever, or 8 years. I'm going to sign up for Dr. Boyce Prime because you took time to answer my question and you didn't have to do that. So thank you. Looking forward to a good effort daily. Okay, well, good. And by the way, if I don't answer everybody's question, please don't take offense to it. It's not me trying to be rude. It's just that there's a lot of questions. Sometimes I can't answer them all. But the Prime program is really good. I wouldn't mention if it wasn't great. And also, there are students that are in the chat right now that are in the program. So ask them and to give you an honest assessment of their experience, so that you'll know where the value is. And it's really literally the stuff that I do. It's the way I make money for my wife and my kids. Okay. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you'd like to join us for our next class. And also remember, in the Black Business School, everything we do has a 30-day, 100% money back guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will give you a full refund, no questions asked. They'll always take care of you. Their goal is to make you happy. So don't think that this is something that we're just pushing or anything like that. And also, I like the price point. We were told that the price point could be much higher because people are out here charging $10,000-$20,000 for similar programs, and I don't believe in that. I think that that's I don't like that because and they're less qualified. They like when you have a PhD in finance, you kind of see who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't. And there's a lot of people who are financial influencers and they don't know finance. They've never studied it. Like, but they're good at running their YouTube channel, and so people somehow believe that. But no, I really studied this stuff. All right, so let's see here. Audra, okay, I see your question about options and rolling calls and stuff like that. That's a better question for Prime. If you log into drboyceprime.com, there's a link, Audra, where you can leave a question like that. That's a detailed question. I don't want to answer that too much in a broad space where a lot of us don't know the details of that question. So log in at drboyceprime.com. There's a link where you can leave a question, and I'm going to do a Q&A in the next day or so, and I promise you I'll answer that question in extreme detail, and we can talk about that in class. What's your view on fixed index annuities? I think they're fine. They're definitely better than nothing. I don't have a problem with that. Index universal life annuity, stuff like that. I think all that's fine. I think it's better to invest in something that is stable, even if the ROI isn't great. It's better to do that than to do what a lot of people do, which is to not invest at all. So yeah, I think it's fine for sure. Let's see here. All of the classes I have are great. I started myself off with the Millionaires of Tomorrow and went up from there. Good for you, Sharon. I'm proud of you. Yeah, blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's our HBCU for children, but we have a lot of adults that go through the program because the children literally have a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult, not the average adult, the average college educated adult. So our kids that go through the Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program literally are better at finance and economics than most grown-ups are. So if you want to take a look at that, it might be good for your kids this summer because they're going to be home sitting around doing nothing. They might as well learn some economics. So feel free to go to blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com, and we cover real estate and crypto and everything else. They can get certifications in each area, right? So when they get the certifications, they can put them on their wall, almost the same way you did with your bachelor's degree, and that builds a lot of pride and self-esteem and lets them know they accomplished something. So the good way to get them to go through the program I've seen parents do is give their kid like a little bit of money, give them like a financial reward, just like a job. You know, when you every certification you get, I'm going to give you $100 or $50 or whatever you can afford, and that'll motivate the kid, and that's going to actually put them in a position that's going to make a difference for the rest of their life. You know, I wish I'd been exposed to these ideas when I was young. I didn't see some of these concepts until I was like 27 years old. So imagine if I'd seen them when I was 7. You know, so anyway, I just encourage you to feel free to take a look at that. Let's see here. Rhonda says, stay away from IULs, do a properly structured whole life policy where your money's safe. I don't hate index universal life, Rhonda, but I do think if it's not for you, not everything's for everybody. But I think IULs are better than nothing. But you are right in the sense that one thing about whole life policies that I didn't like was, and IULs too, is that some of them take so long to build up cash value. It's like I don't want to hear like I hate, you know what I hate it is when people that are selling like IULs and whole life policies, when they show me those charts and they'll be like, this is how much money you'll have at 100 when you're 102. I'm like, I don't want to talk about how much money I'm gonna have when I'm 102. That does not interest me right now. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna even know what money is when I'm 102. So that's weird. They take the charts and they go way, way out. And what they're really kind of doing in the charts, they're showing you the power of compounding. And I respect that. But Lord, don't talk about how much money I'm gonna have when I'm 100. Talk about how much money I'm gonna have in 5 or 10 years. So let's start there, and then let's talk about 20 years, and then 30 years, and that makes more sense. 50 years from now, I don't really know if I want to. I don't know. That doesn't interest me. I don't know. Anyway, and the same thing is true when you're talking about young people. When you're talking to kids about retirement, don't just talk about what they're going to have when they're 65. I think they should also know that as you're pouring money into this retirement account, that builds your capital base. You now have assets that can be collateral that you can borrow against. You can use those assets to quit your job. So when you get tired of your boss and you want to quit and you want to walk out that day, if you have 200 grand in your retirement account, you can use that 200 grand as collateral to get access to capital that will allow you to do things like sell stock options and generate income from that or whatever, right? Like literally a person that owns 1,000 shares of Facebook stock could make more money than a doctor just from selling the options on the stock and doing it very conservatively, very safely, no hustle, no chaos, no penitentiary chances. A person literally in that situation could make more money than most of the people out here doing multifamily property and all this stuff easily, right? So I'm not saying don't do those things. Those things are fine. I'm saying just know that the more you learn, the more options you have, the more ways you know to skin that economic cat. Let's see here. All right, so let me hop in. Let's see. Taquana says, "Do you know who I can contact to have the land company audited? I believe my mom is done paying for her land, and the company wants to send the receipts." You know what, Taquana, email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. I think we have some attorneys attached to the Black Business School. I know that we do that will probably know other attorneys that can help you with this. One attorney that we had in the Black Business School, attorney Tanya Nebo, I know either she could do it or she knows people that can do it, but I guess it would depend on what state, and stuff like that. But there's a lot of attorneys that we have associated with the school. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. What do you think about Acorn? I love Acorn. I think Acorn's a great place for beginners. Let's see, what apps to allow teenagers to sell options on. Okay, let's see here. I don't know if there are a lot of apps that let teenagers do that. So you may have to have the account in your name. And I kind of believe when you give assets to kids, I kind of think that everything should be in your name until they're ready to receive it. I'm not a big fan of giving money to kids, just letting them have it and do whatever they want because their brain's not even fully developed till they're 25. So they're not going to make typically great decisions when it comes to money. So I think that if it's in your name and you just give them access to your account, I think that might be a better approach than just giving them a whole bunch of money. because then if they lose it, you'd have to kill them, and then you go to prison. And I can't talk to you. We can't do this conversation from jail. So I want you to be free, and I don't want you to go to jail for killing nobody. So keep the money in your own name. All right. So let's see. What do you think about the BNGE ETF? Okay, Kamisha. All right. I know that name, Kamisha. I've heard it many times. BNGE. All right, BNGE. That's the First Trust S networking, streaming, and gaming ETF. I already don't like it, to be honest with you. It already sounds like too gimmicky. It hasn't been around that long. But let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, Tencent Holdings, that's a good company. Spotify, EA. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I mean, it's got a nice little selection of assets here. If you do some dollar cost averaging, maybe it can work. So I stand corrected. It's not so terrible. So yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see here. Kamana, is AMC a good company? No, it's not. What is ROI? ROI is return on investment. It's a ticker symbol for marathon platforms. Mara, asked Lisa. Yes, it is. MARA. How about learn the Rockefeller way? Insurance plus trust. Yes, that's how the Rockefellers stay rich. They have the Rockefeller Family Trust. I got to double check on that just to know more details, but I did go through the life of John Rockefeller, and he started off poor. He went through trauma. His father abandoned the family, and by him going through that, he used that trauma to make himself into a great man because he wanted to come through for his mama. So that's another great Mother's Day story to know that, like, when you love, like a mother's love is the most powerful, most important thing in the universe, in my opinion. And a mother's love is not just a miracle from God, but it's something that can really just raise us to the highest heights. If we don't have a mother's love, think about what happens to kids when they don't have a mother's love, when they grow up and they have nobody to hug them and nurture them or whatever. Well, they grow up and they become like serial killers or they drug addicts, stuff like that, right? So mother's love is not only necessary, but it's very, very powerful. And John D. Rockefeller was a person who had his mother's love, despite whatever was going on with his daddy. And that pushed him. His love for his mother and his desire to protect his mother drove him to become obsessed at an early age with economics. He was like our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow children, where he literally was learning how money works, how business works at an early age. In fact, Rockefeller his game was so tight. This guy literally had that saying, I've said this in class, where he said, if you spend all your time at work, how do you have time to make any money? That was literally what he said, that because he's like, oh, this is like, so what that means to me, what that said to me is that his economic consciousness was on 10. Right? And some of you have little Rockefellers in your family. So love them, guide them, teach them the right things, give them that opportunity to be great. Put them in a position where they can be exposed to ideas that are going to level them up. Expose them to me. Bring them to class if you want to. Bring them in with you. And I guarantee you, if they listen to me for a while and they're paying attention, they're going to be light years ahead of all the other kids, right? So let's get the little kids ready. I think our kids, when they are positioned properly and get the right opportunity, they can do anything. All right, so two more questions, and we're going to go. What do you think about Peloton? Oh, Peloton has so many problems. I wouldn't. I'm not personally interested in Peloton. I just not. No, thank you. Kiwanis. I'm sorry. Kiwana says, when will the Prime Q&A from yesterday be posted online? It should be up in the next 24 to 48 hours. Chanel's usually right on it. If you cannot find it or have any challenges finding anything in the Prime program, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Or if you're interested in our kids programs or whatever, anything we can do to help you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can take care of you. Also, if you're interested in taking a look at the Prime program, you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Last but not least, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you're not on the list, text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. If you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com, and that will give you access to money in the morning. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you, and happy Mother's Day again to all the mothers out here. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So God bless you. I'll see you all soon. Have a great day. Bye-bye. The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives, those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So, in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families. If we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer, because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. Even if I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family, or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. He was in my wedding. And so I remember, it's kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? RIP to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting, and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses, so you get, so you're just to know that you're following, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together. And it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other, it costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see, in economics, we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension, where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, Poor, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see, because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly, and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you, you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. You combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's what's, I mean, I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing, anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We will take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com, and the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out, and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids. Financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see. We have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing, money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot of financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also, and she's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock, and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. It's you have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. None. Nothing. I'll have memories though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick. Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Nick, sorry, Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of 23.99 and a 1-year low of 9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was they just in this article they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that, that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, or you can see it as, oh wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market, I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that. Right. So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody, and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady, and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. Let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull. But then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, "Don't shoot me. I'm an American." And he said, "You're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you?" Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of American. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade, and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers, where everybody wants to be a buyer, everybody wants to get a piece of the action? What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls. So we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch. It's almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that. Not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, $16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced to 727. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as 11 or $12.66. So if you bought at 12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at 12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. This, in fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had two scandals. These are the first two in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number two, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like that's the first thing you got to understand is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say we're going to ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right, so what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling, and that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, "Wait a minute." you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead. Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down, it does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this 8, 9, 10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, I mean, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because this stock could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, yeah, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is 735. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm going to buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or 1,100 bucks. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading / gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. Now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at 735 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, 45 bucks. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like even if I bought a put, the price is 735. So even if I bought a put with a strike of 550, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well. And it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long-term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week. It could last for a month. It could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made. as long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred, and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, it did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions, and then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right. So let's see. Naomi says, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them?" Okay, Naomi. All right. So let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28 cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but ooh, yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50 cent, sorry, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you're going to end up losing money. As long as you know that, that's okay. Um, actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say, about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the moneymaker grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically the stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So, if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would figure out, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump, because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right. And by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom, in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the portfolio power play and the Black Stock Market program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much just, I said, but this is not investing advice. But if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. And it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing. And I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you, so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in. drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Okay, next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new moneymaker grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com, and there is the moneymaker grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the moneymaker grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two, and then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do five questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks in the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks in the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now, I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this, I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say, they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is 3 stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number two, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number three, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, what they're saying is that you need that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh no, 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 no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, 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 wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have a somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and I mean, he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of the so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I owe now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then, it's kind of you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay, so there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Okay, next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV, and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, you're, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, That's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks, in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for the stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. One more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right. So let's see. Brandon says, "Are you still selling options on Marathon Digital?" Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned Nvidia because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018, and we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw Nvidia shoot up, I said, "Oh, I wonder if I own any Nvidia." And I looked, and we'd bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something. And it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again. And we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just, I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Yeah, I think you can I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talked to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is I said, keep being the same person you are. Keep going above and beyond for everyone because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. Like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, I'm talking when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus because I don't want to money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than 600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly $350 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to tell her monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also, by the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like, there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right. So put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're going to take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school, or taking that money to invest in real estate, or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, "Why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in?" It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that. And he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think Mondays, I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now, typically. Now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest, but you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, "My Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce?" No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Monty's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. Every 60%. I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I don't I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trust that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. God bless you, and it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're gonna love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. The code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're gonna like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited, I start salivating, like Pavlov's dog. And also we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. I will see you all.
And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm gonna tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. Like, and I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident, right? Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor will not be, is not, I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this, or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that that that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them, and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, you know, y'all gonna take this message today because got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, all right. So let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get there's an you always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So be the number one, b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that when Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now here's where I'm going to sort of lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on two little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. If you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if it's one thing to be losing the game, it's one thing to be struggling in the game, it's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, "Hey man, how you been doing, man?" "Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving." Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making 6 figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were big, really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that there were limitations because of racism or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen. Because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? You know, man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan and just again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back, and as long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God or what And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go. You ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, oh, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton, I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous, and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing, and he had this song that was like a religious song. It was like, if you catch me sleeping. Don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not gonna do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just gonna wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own, and my life is terrible, and I'm sad. I said if I listen to this song every day, I'm gonna be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially with hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in like they do. I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things, and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis, and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things. But you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically, it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously, it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, Um, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to have be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is, sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. We get it. But you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time, because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he's a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost, that we end up selling and giving away, because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively, a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term, code switching? How many of y'all have heard us, people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual in order to survive in corporate America, and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well, just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really, you're not secure, because the minute they discover that you're really black, or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins, or Dr. Claude Anderson, or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown, and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing. We want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's, because we're black, they're not letting us do this, and because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands, ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. You find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture, has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're gonna come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said that and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer." And somebody said that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, "You're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. You we don't got nothing because you took it all." Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me? You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. Like I would not, I would, and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that the Korean community is so gangster about their economics, they won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are many countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a pro. That who made you think that you? Who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I would never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt the one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? They can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move, and that you default on that debt, so your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody, because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody, because Lord knows, no, Lord knows I would not do that, because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware, and I want you to just understand, so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture, so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them, so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody, or anybody who's smart should be in college, or that college is the only pathway to success, or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans, that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job, again, should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making six figures, who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills, and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives, and we were having a family financial meeting, and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a six-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices, and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male, who was in his early 30s, who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down, where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, "You know, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over few million dollars." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. And but in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I want if I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of because you're well behaved, right? And you're talented. They come in, they taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even really even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation, but another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. Um, and he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, and think about this, a person, if you imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon, who's going to survive? Who's gonna have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there, and I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free black man or a free black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand. This is why, again, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it. You see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking about like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, and but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it, is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that, culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like, I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that. And I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West, because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now. Right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't, I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is, it goes back to that word I love to use called options. We I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. That's not a, I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're going to eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. Um, In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was giving to the teenage black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, I'll pay the rest of your rent, but you're gonna have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Um, Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, b the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. Take care.